There you go. So, today's session should start with some quotes from this movie called Forrest Gump. Forrest, Forest Gump. Gump. Tom Hanks stars in the movie. Now, the two quotes are so relevant to our session today. And I was thinking about the session. I was thinking, how do we start this session? I think we should start this session with those two quotes. And let me share with you those two quotes. So, quotes from Forrest Gump. Number one, life is like a box of chocolates you do not know. You do not know what you will get. Quote number one. Quote number two. Again from Forrest Gump. Quote number two is, let's change the color to maybe green. You got to do the best with what God gave you. Two quotes. The second quote. So I was thinking about this and I thought the two product development approaches, when you look at the predictive way of product development, sometimes also called waterfall and sometimes also called plan-driven approach of product development, where we create the entire product. You start with gathering the requirements from your stakeholders. So the stakeholders, they provide the requirements. These requirements are designed. And at this time, you have forgotten about your stakeholders, almost forgotten. The requirements are developed. Now you have completely lost touch with your stakeholders. Then the requirements are tested. The quality assurance testing and the business acceptance testing. Suddenly, the stakeholders re-emerge at this time and they see the product. And say, this is not what I wanted. So the product sometimes is changed here. There are some changes that take place to the product and the product gets deployed, but it is deployed with less features, functions, or deployed with features and functions that may just not be used ever again. So this journey from requirements to deployment of the product sometimes takes forever. And in that time horizon, the reason why this product, the idea of this product was started, that reason, and in the end, we don't deliver the value for which it was started. We end up delivering diminished value because market conditions have changed and so many other environmental conditions have changed around us, and the product that we have created now is a product with diminished value. So Forrest Gump's quote, Life is like a box of chocolate. You do not know what you will get. Predictive approach, actually, in the end, you open this box of chocolates right here, and you see something that you didn't want sometimes, or you see some things that is little less than what you wanted, and you see something sometimes which is very different from what the initial idea that you presented. Things are lost in translation, or sometimes there is this concept gulf of evaluation takes place. What was told in the beginning, and in this journey from requirement to development, test, and deployment, that gulf has become so wide that in the end we have developed a product or delivered a product with diminished value. Life is like a box of chocolates. You do not know what you will get. Predictive approaches. Then there is this other approach which is becoming so popular across the industry, across all the industries, whether it is information technology, whether it is healthcare, whether it is manufacturing, where agile mindset is being deployed. And all projects start with some constraints or limitations. All projects, whether you're working on predictive projects or agile based projects, they all start with some limitations or constraints, such as we have limited time. The stakeholders will say, we got limited time. We got only 3 months. We only have $1 million. We only have some other fixed or constrained resources. Within these boundaries of limitations, you got to deliver these requirements of your stakeholders, these requirements that could be needs, and sometimes they could be desires too. Some requirements that are urgent and requirements that are not so urgent. So agile approaches are more about, when I say, if we were to just change God to stakeholders, you got to do the best with what the stakeholders gave you. If you just change this now, so stakeholders or leadership gives us constraints, limitations, or boundaries. They give us the boundaries. Within these constraints, we got to deliver the requirements of stakeholders. Within these constraints, we got to deliver the requirements of stakeholders. Either we can go the predictive way with this risk of delivering something that the stakeholders did not want, or we can go agile and deliver these requirements in various increments. Increment 1, increment 2, increment 3, increment 4, and so on, right? We can deliver these requirements not just in one run. We can deliver these requirements based on their priority, based on their ranking, based on what is critical, and deliver them first in the earlier iterations and deliver rest of the requirements later, which are not so urgent, in the later increments. So agile approach is an approach which is incremental approach. We all know that now. It's incremental approach, where we don't deliver the entire product in one run. We deliver the products in smaller runs, one slice at a time, one feature at a time, one component at a time, right? So let's go here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Right. So yeah. Now let's, before we even go into the two topics for today, right? The two topics for today are the two topics that we are covering today. They are adaptive planning. Of course, it's all agile today. Adaptive planning. And how do we get our teams to perform at the highest level team performance? We're going to talk about these two topics. They're common sense topics, right? So we'll start first with adaptive planning. So what do we need to cover in adaptive planning today? So before we start looking at the first topic that we will cover today, adaptive planning, let me very quickly provide you a little bit of uh, foundational information, all of us, right? It's always good to look back at what we know, and sometimes uncover things that we may have forgotten. So let's take a look at some of the basic principles. You know, all the projects in the world, that are undertaken, all the projects that are undertaken, whether you execute these projects using the classic traditional or predictive approach, or you execute these projects using adaptive or agile approaches, irrelevant of that fact, starting point of all the projects, the starting point of all the projects is understanding the needs of our stakeholders. This is the key. Whatever project you will join, whether you work on agile based project, whether you work on predictive project, whether you work on a blend of two, whether you work on any other customized approach of product development, the starting point of all the projects or all the projects will start with some sort of a phase, a smaller phase, a smaller stage, a smaller component of discovery. And that smaller component of discovery on those projects would be understanding the needs of stakeholders, right? And now in traditional projects or predictive projects, in traditional predictive, or sometimes called waterfall, there are so many other names, waterfall projects, this initial discovery phase is called the requirement phase. It's called the requirement phase, where you create a business requirement document. And on agile-based projects, agile or adaptive projects are sometimes also called change-driven projects. This initial phase of discovery is called maybe iteration 0. Iteration 0, which is same as requirement phase. And during this time, we create or we understand the needs of stakeholders, and we document these needs in a requirement document. In Agile, we call this requirement document as a product backlog. Just simply put, right? Product backlog. So if you heard this terminology, business requirement document, you should understand that these are the needs of stakeholders. And if you hear a term called product backlog, you should know that this is an agile based project, and this is a requirement document of agile, which is product backlog. Now, the business requirement document right here contains the requirements of stakeholders. Requirements or stakeholders requirements. The product backlog also contains the requirements of stakeholders, but in agile approach, which is a scrum based approach, we call this as user stories. user stories. Some organizations continue to call them as requirements because they like the term requirement, right? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. But the idea of Agile is very simple. Idea of Agile is don't go out there and deliver these requirements in one run. Deliver the most important, high priority, extremely critical requirements, and the requirements that generate maximum value first, followed by others. Let's take an example to understand this. Before we even start talking about adaptive planning, it's very important to establish that. So again, now we'll just speak about agile approaches. So right here. So on agile based projects, let's say the project is, example, the project is to build a portal, a web-based portal, or a website, whatever you may want to call it, a website, web-based portal or a website. Now, let's say the website, your stakeholders, again, who gives the requirement? The stakeholder. Your stakeholders said, your stakeholders told you or gave their requirements. Your stakeholders gave their requirements to you, the business analyst maybe, or the agile coach or the agile team, gave the requirements to you. And these requirements were, you went to the stakeholders and the stakeholders said, well, I would like a number one requirement, in the website, I want a home page. Number two requirements, I like a contact us page. Number three requirement, I like to show my product one, and it is books. I like to showcase my product two, and it is electronics. I like to showcase my product three, and this is apparel. I like to showcase my project 5, project 6, and product 4, and this is maybe garden center. I like to showcase my product 5 until product 90. I want to show 90 products on the website. Here you go. 92 requirements, 93. I like people to come and make payments, some kind of payment gateway. And I will also like something called FAQs. So the stakeholders gave you 94 requirements, right? 94 requirements, but the stakeholder also said, well, we only have 3 months. We only have 3 months, and you only have $10,000 to do this work. Now they gave 93 requirements. The project team recommends to the stakeholder that this should be done in an incremental way. And what the project team does first is that they just don't take these requirements the way they were delivered. They prioritize these requirements. And the project team gives ranking to these requirements and creates a prioritized list or a prioritized backlog from here. And all these requirements, they're given some priority. For example, number 1, we want the home page. Number 2, we like to show the payment. We should want to have the payment gateway done first. Then we want to have product 4. It is our hottest selling product. Then we want to have product 1. Almost everyone buys these books from us. Then we want to have contact page, and you give priority to all 94 requirements. So The art of project management does not lie in just understanding the needs of stakeholders. The art in project management, or the craft that you need to develop and we need to develop, is our ability to prioritize these requirements or user stories of our stakeholders. And when you have prioritized them, now you can say, guys, so in predictive approach, what would happen? You will take these 94 requirements, you will design these 94 requirements. So let's take a look at, let's just give you a synopsis here on predictive first a little bit. Now, predictive projects, you gather these requirements, the 94 requirements in your BRD document. Then you design these maybe 94 requirements, you design them. Then you develop these 94 requirements. Then you test these 94 requirements and then you deploy them. But in this journey from here to here, so many challenges take place. For example, we lose touch with our stakeholders itself. We do touch with our stakeholders. They are forgotten with our stakeholders. What does it lead to? It leads to something called gulf of evaluation, which is what the stakeholders said here gets misunderstood, misrepresented, and incorrectly developed. And the stakeholders find that out when the product is presented to them here. It's too late, too many changes. The product has lost its value. The cost overruns are going to take place. The schedule overruns are going to take place now. The product will not be delivered in a timely basis. Market edge, competitive edge would be lost. Agile approaches, traditional approaches, classic waterfall predictive approaches. This is the challenge with classic waterfall, classic traditional, sometimes called predictive, sometimes called waterfall, and sometimes also called plan-driven approaches. In agile projects also, the starting point of the project remains collecting the requirements. So right here, our lesson today of adaptive planning must start from here. On agile projects also, there's this initial discovery or requirement phase that's there, and it's called iteration 0. During this iteration 0, you not only document the needs of stakeholders in the form of user stories. So the stakeholder requirements in Agile are called user stories. You don't not only document them, but you also ensure that these requirements are prioritized, so there is no separate effort here. In iteration 0, you not only document your user stories, but you also prioritize these. So you will have your requirements here, home page. You will have product number 7, product number 1, payment, contact, product 3, product 9, product 2, and so on. You prioritize these based on, so how do we do prioritization? Prioritization should be done based on what user story or requirement will deliver the maximum value. Requirements that deliver maximum value will find a place on top of the product backlog, and requirements that deliver diminished value, low value, they will be put at the lower level of this product backlog. So in agile approaches, now we are not going to go out there and hit these 94 user stories at one time. We don't do that. In agile, what we do is we'll say, guys, let us do iteration planning. Iteration planning. Now, iteration planning, they'll say, all right, let us create a subset of product backlog and let us call it iteration log. And let's put home page, product 7, product 1, and payment. Let's put it here, these user stories. So 4 user stories here. We'll put these 4 user stories here. And now the team goes into the development phase. In Agile, we call it daily stand-up. Daily stand-up. During this time, what do? We develop the 4 user stories. We'll develop them now. We're doing the work. We develop these 4 user stories. Plus, the team continues to test them. Team will test them also. So the team took the 4 most important user stories, 4 user stories that has the maximum value. The team now started working on developing these 4 user stories instead of 94 as in predictive approach. Then they tested it also when they were developing it. And now they called the product owner, the business owner. They said, let us give you a demo, or let us have an iteration review with you. During the review, the team presents this body of work, which is 4 requirements. They present it to the stakeholders, the product owner. The product owner may say, the work is done, ship it. And the team now goes into the next phase, which is a quick lesson learned retrospective. They capture what worked well, what worked well. They capture what did not work well, and they also capture what are the opportunities for improvement. What are the opportunities for improvement? And this journey from iteration planning to retrospective is called iteration. This is called an iteration, and this is iteration number 1. So in iteration number 1, iteration planning could be, look, iteration planning could be 4 to 8 hours. Daily stand-up could be, depending on the kind of work, 1 to 4 weeks. Demo could be 2 to 8 hours, depending on the nature of the user story. Retrospective could be 2 to 4 hours. Here you go. Within a month, you have created a horizontal slice of the system in iteration 1. And now the team goes into iteration number 2. Iteration number 2 also starts with iteration planning. This time the team says, we will deliver the contact us page. We'll deliver green contact. So this time the team says, we will deliver Let's just use this here. In iteration 2, the team says, this time we will deliver contact page, we'll deliver product 3, and we'll deliver product 4. So 3 user stories. Now the team again goes into daily stand-up now. The team goes into daily stand-up, develops these 3 user stories. Team quickly has a demo after development, a retrospective, and the iteration 2 comes to an end. So what happens in Agile is that you don't go out there creating 94 requirements or user stories in one run. In Agile approaches, the starting point remains the same, the requirement document or the product backlog. It has 94 requirements that are prioritized. Now we start iteration 1, which has 4 events. The 4 events are iteration planning, daily stand-up, demo or review, and retrospective. And in iteration 1, you delivered the 4 most valuable requirement. Then you start iteration number 2, the same 4, the same 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, the same 4 events, and you deliver maybe 3 other user stories. So how is your product developing? Your product is developing. So your product is developing this in the first run. Your product looked in iteration 1, you released a product to the customer and you had homepage, you had product 1, you had product 7, and you had payment. This product was shipped to the customer. Customer started buying things, and look, within a month, the customer is using. In the second run, you delivered product 3, 9, or whatever, and you also added contact page in iteration 2, in iteration 3. So this product continues to evolve. You progressively. So we in Agile, we progressively elaborate our product. And how do we do this? We do this using increments. And every increment delivers at that time, at that moment of time, the most valuable work. We focus on the most valuable work for our organization. So if I were to talk about planning in Agile, if I were to talk about planning in Agile, you will see that there is iteration planning. So let's go here. So you see iteration planning, right? Iteration planning right here. So what does adaptive planning mean? What does, so today's first topic, adaptive planning. Look at this visual a little bit. Adaptive planning. Adaptive planning is you have your iteration 1 starts with iteration planning. Then you have daily stand-up, then you have demo, and then you have retro. And then again, in Agile, the second, this is your iteration number 1, then iteration number 2 starts. It starts with planning again, iteration planning, then daily stand-up, then demo, and then retrospective. and then again you have planning. So in agile based project, the planning effort is continuous. In agile projects, the planning effort is continuous and it happens at the beginning of every iteration. So planning and execution. Planning and execution. Planning and execution. Execution is same as daily stand-up. And if you look at predictive projects, the picture of predictive projects, you have one requirement phase, then you have design phase, which is same as planning, one big effort of planning, then you have development, then you have test, and then you have deployment. If you had to look at this picture, your requirement phase is this, then you have this planning phase, one-time effort, then you have dev phase, then you have test, and then you have deployment. So planning is this one time, and sometimes market conditions change, sometimes so many other factors around and in our organizations are changing. We're done planning once and then we stay with the plan, and that's what sometimes leads to develop products that may not deliver the value, that may not remain aligned with the vision of the organization. So keep this in mind. Adaptive planning means planning in shorter intervals, continuous planning. So agile mindset is about planning, and that planning happens in shorter intervals at the beginning of every iteration. Just this knowledge, all these slides that are built in front of you can help you answer so many questions on your ACP exam, and of course it can help you conquer any job in agile environment. So for some of you it may not make so much sense, but please kindly continue to take notes because it will help you later on when we jump into your sessions, right? So here we go. So now what we'll do is we'll take a look at some of the slides. There's some issue with my, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hemant, before you go there, right, I just want to show you a curveball in one of these, the planning for the iteration. When you're doing an iteration and the customer comes and asks the product owner to change the first iteration, like they have a user story that they want to develop that is high priority than that is there than what is there before, and you either might have to cancel this sprint or pause the sprint. Demonstrate the whole process they do there, right? I understand it, but let's demonstrate what they do to reprioritize and so forth. Cancel the sprint and reprioritize. Let's demonstrate it though.
Yes, absolutely. So Anthony, so is this a question or a statement?
No, I'm just asking you, just demonstrate it. I understand the whole thing, no, but just demonstrate it. How do you do it there?
You want me to demonstrate?
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, so I will quickly do that because we also have to start the slideshow, right? Our content for today, but I'll quickly do it for you, no problems. Look, let's say you are in iteration number 3 right now. You start the iteration with your planning, the normal planning, which is iteration planning. Iteration planning. And you said we will deliver requirement, or let's call it user story now. User story number 11, user story number 12, user story number 13, and user story number 74. These are the most valuable user stories. Team decided with the product owner. So who decides what user stories will go in the next iteration? The product owner with the team. Ultimately, the decision lies with the product owner. We all are going to report into a product owner. Iteration planning ends and the team goes into daily stand-up. This is a critical time, daily stand-up. This is the time when development, in predictive, we call it development. Development takes place. The team starts building the product. So they are building now. They're building, developing. They're developing what? User story 11, 12, 13, and 14. 13 and 74. When they're developing these user stories, they're also simultaneously testing. The team is testing, doing the testing work also on what is being developed. This is the responsibility of the team during daily stand-up. Now, during this time, let's say during development, product owner or another key stakeholder came and they said, hey, I want user, one of our competitors came with a new requirement, and that requirement is going to be very important for us. And this requirement in the product backlog, we are adding something to the product backlog here. We are adding something. We want that requirement number 95. The team does not just take requirements, or this could also happen during demo or review. This could also happen during demo or review. So team just does not go out there and say, all right, we'll just take it. Team tells the key stakeholder or the product owner, how about we add it to the product backlog? We're just finishing in next maybe 1 week. We're finishing in next 1 week. And then we'll come back, and if the product owner feels that this product backlog, if this requirement number 95 or user story number 95 is still critical, they can come and add it to the very next iteration, which will be iteration 4. They can add it if it is a user story which has maximum value or value. So from exam standpoint, or generally from operational day-to-day work standpoint on agile project, keep this in mind that you product owners first of all will not allow that. Let's just say some key stakeholders said, I want something during the during the daily stand-up or demo. The first thing is add it to the product backlog, let the product owner know. And in the very next iteration, if the product owner feels that this is a valuable item, this user story will generate value, we will immediately get it on in the next iteration. But there are times, guys, as Anthony said, there are times when the product owner may feel that what we are developing, 11, 12, 13, and 74, these user stories do not align with the vision anymore, or these user stories are not going to generate any value. So why waste time? You can terminate the iteration right there. So Anthony, did it answer your question?
Yes, because you might have to cancel that iteration and produce the 194 that you want to put in, right?
But only when. So you cannot decide that, Anthony and everyone. The team cannot decide to terminate.
No, the product owner have to do that.
Or cancel it.
Right?
Only the product owner will
Right.
make such a decision. And when can a product owner also has accountability, when can they make such decision? When they feel that the slice of the system or the outcome of iteration is not going to generate value. So why waste team's effort, resources, and money and time into something that is not going to generate any value? You terminate that. In the exam, there could be one question on this, right? And the decision of terminating an iteration completely lies with or remains the accountability or responsibility or decision of the product owner. And they do this only when they feel that the slice of the system that is being built will not generate any value. They do this only when they feel that there is misalignment with the vision right now. They do this when they feel that the objectives will not be met. All right, so there we go. So that was important question actually. If you're writing the ACP exam, just with this flow of adding a new requirement and pushing it to the product backlog, just that is about 4 to 6 questions on the exam. And then there is always one question on termination of sprint, which is product owners accountability, responsibility, and most importantly, the decision, right? So here we go. So let's now jump into our next topic, which is adaptive planning. This is our topic for today, and this is the critical topic. Team performance, not so much, but adaptive planning. Adaptive planning. In the exam, there are about 14 questions on adaptive planning. So many questions. I think 4 or 6 questions. I've already told you that planning happens at numerous stages at the beginning of iteration. The goal of planning is to select. So goal of planning is to select the most valuable items first and deliver them in the earlier iterations. So what are some of the important concepts here? Planning on agile projects is like progressive elaboration. It is like progressive. You progressively continue to elaborate from one iteration to second iteration to third iteration. Second, planning is not like predictive projects in agile projects. Planning is very inclusive. Planning is inclusive, and all stakeholders, the PO, product owner, plus the team, plus the PM, or sometimes called the coach, or sometimes called the Scrum Master, they all participate in planning, right? We involve plus some key stakeholders. Key stakeholders. This is the exam question. Planning is very inclusive. It is not just the team. It is not just the PM. We do it in a very collaborative fashion. In Agile, we continue to refine our plan with every iteration. We continue to refine our plan with every iteration as the project progresses from one iteration to another iteration, right? So number 4, because we have iteration planning at the beginning of every iteration, the team will estimate how much work they can do in a specific iteration. Teams should estimate. They should not take more work in iteration than they can complete, right? They should size the work and estimate based on their velocity. Last time, I think it was Wisdom who had asked this question about velocity when you were driving. Today, we will take a look at it. Estimate work based on our velocity. Look, if I run 5 kilometers in an hour and I can do this for 8 hours, I can only do 40 kilometers in a day. If I do 5 kilometers, if I know that my capacity is to do 5 kilometers in a day, and I can work 8 hours, I can only do 40 hours. But if I go out there and tell someone that I'm going to do 10 kilometers in a day, in the end, what will happen? At the end of the iteration, I will not be able to finish what I promised. So in Agile projects, we size the work first, and we understand what our velocity is, the rate at which we perform the work. Velocity is the rate at which you burn the work. It's very important for teams to understand it, because then they can project well, right? The idea of projection happens because, so velocity, because we want to project. We want to make some projections about future work, and they will be accurate if we understand our capacity of doing work, right? We should continue to adjust our capacity, adjust your capacity. If you have added one more resource, now you can do one more work. So if it was only me who could work 40 hours in a week, I would be able to probably work on 5 user stories. Now I bring one more resource like me. Now I can probably work on 8 to 10 user stories together. So adjust capacity based on resource availability. Number 6, agile planning starts with high level planning initially, and then with every iteration we provide details. Initial planning in iteration 0 is very high level, and then every iteration has details about that specific work that needs to happen, right? So the idea, these are some of the ideas of agile planning. Progressive elaboration. Initially, we do not have so much information, but as we progress from iteration 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, we start getting more information. So plan for the work where you have detailed information first and then move through, right? There are some important topics. Keep your planning should be very inclusive. Not only inclusive, it should be also very transparent. And transparency only happens when you engage everyone in the team, right? So keep some of these concepts in mind, and let's now take a look at some agile principles here. Now it is most of these principles I've already kind of like drew pictures in front of you. We've gone through some of the details. So they're very, very simple principles. So principles of agile planning. Look, we said agile planning happens at multiple level or at the beginning of iteration. At the beginning of iteration. Unlike predictive approaches or traditional approaches. So let me ask a question to someone here. So so Mona, this question is for you. If Mona is not there, we can go to maybe let's go to.
I'm here.
Okay, so Mona, we talked about 2 product development approaches, correct?
Yes.
We talked about 2 product development, right? One was predictive and adaptive or agile. Is that true?
Yep, correct.
Absolutely. So in predictive approaches, our planning effort was a one-time effort, correct? That's true too?
Correct.
In agile projects, planning happens in multiple levels, right?
Correct.
Correct. So can you explain how does it happen at multiple levels? Because there are.
Well, we start, there's 4 levels. We start with the iteration planning, and then we go to the daily stand-up, the demo and review, and then we retrospective and we repeat.
Absolutely. So you don't go out there delivering all the requirements in one run. True? Just like predictive, we take all the 94 requirements and in agile, we deliver requirements in smaller increments, and the product slowly starts. You start making it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Starting with the most valuable item first. Agreed. So planning in agile happens at the beginning of every iteration. Is that true?
Correct.
True, right?
Correct.
So
yes.
Planning is a continual. So in agile project, guys, the reason I asked Mona this question is because in agile projects, planning is a continual effort. It continuously happens throughout the course of development of the product. In the beginning of every iteration, that's why I say plan at multiple levels. You will gain more clarity instead of keeping planning as one-time effort like those predictive waterfall approaches. And in the beginning, I wrote down here something which was important for all of us. I said planning should be inclusive. And when planning is inclusive, it becomes transparent and engage the key stakeholders, product owner, team, and the agile coach into planning. The second point here is pretty much the same. Engage the team and customer in planning. The reason is we want to make it as transparent as possible. One of the ideas of agile or foundational principle of agile is transparency. Transparency is key to building trust Why transparency? Because transparency is key to building trust. Then adaptive planning is all about managing expectations by giving frequent demos. So you don't go out there like predictive and have one-time testing effort, right? You don't go out there and have one-time testing effort. Testing happens and with every iteration. Frequent demos are given, and when you give frequent demos, what happens? You get constant feedback from the customer, and feedback is the key in producing, creating, developing the best products. If you create a product where you will get feedback after 3 years, what would happen? So many conditions around you would have changed. But in Agile, with every iteration within a month, you're giving constant demos, constant feedback is coming, which is leading to an improved product with every iteration. Improved product with every iteration. Agile is not about setting processes in stone and saying we're going to follow that. We must continue to customize them. With every retrospective that takes place, we improve the way we do our work. So tailor processes to generate uniqueness, right? We must tailor the processes, and planning, as we have been saying, the first iteration will deliver items that generate the maximum value, or at the beginning of every iteration, ensure that you are delivering valuable items that carry highest priority, items that will generate maximum value, or in other words, continue to update your planning based on project priorities. Anthony had asked a question. One of the key stakeholders wants something. We cannot add it to that current iteration, but it gets added to the product backlog. Within the next iteration, you can deliver that. You can deliver that if it is still important to the product owner. So project priorities. The other thing is, when we do planning, we tell our stakeholders this iteration will be 4 weeks, 3 weeks, or 2 weeks. Why did we say this iteration will be? So let me ask this question to maybe Azine. Azine, this question is for you. Azine, are you there?
Yes, I'm
If
here.
Azine is not there,
I'm here.
he's here. So Azine, this question is for you. So at the beginning of every iteration, you provide estimates to the project, to the product owner. The team provides some estimate on the work that they're doing, right? So they provide this estimate on the work. At the beginning of every iteration, they provide the estimate. Can you tell me, how is the team able to predict whether these user stories will take 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks? How are they able to say that this iteration will be 1 week? How are they able to say this iteration will be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks? How are they able to say it? How are they able to project that, estimate that? What are the factors that the team considers?
So the team will be considering their performance from the previous iterations in terms of velocity, how long it took them to complete the previous work. So subsequent iterations will be planned based on previous velocities, and then an average will be taken over time to predict future iterations. Yes.
It's a good answer, Azine. But for all of us guys here, let's just say the team said we will deliver users in iteration. We are in iteration number 7, and the team is planning for iteration 7. So team is planning for iteration number 7. Team is planning for iteration 7. You are in iteration 7 right now, and the team is planning for iteration 7, and they are in iteration planning. During iteration planning, they want to deliver user story number 74, user story number 92, user story number 91. So the product owner says, guys, how much? 1 to 4 weeks. So daily stand-ups, how long would be your development time now? So during planning, the team says, this may take 3 days, this may take 4 days, but they don't say days. Generally, they will say story points, but let's just say 3, 4, and 5 days. How did they come up with 3, 4, and 5 days? You know why? How? Every user story is estimated based on the level of effort, based on the level of risk, and based on the level of complexity. This is very important for all of us. If Sheriff is working on a project and I ask Sheriff, can you please provide an estimate on user story number 91? Sheriff should only consider, most importantly, can consider the 3 important components. What is the effort? What is the risk associated with this? And what is the complexity? If the effort is low, if the risk is low, and if the complexity is low, his estimate would be also a little bit lower. But if the effort is high, risk is high, complexity. When someone says something is very complex, you know what happens when we take up complex work? We need to do a lot of analysis. Complex work requires simplification before we can start working on it. And this analysis and simplification, before you can start, someone said, okay, go start breaking that rock. I'll say, let me think about the estimate. I can't just say it will take 1 hour. I'll have to see the estimate. I'll provide the estimate based on the risk, effort, and complexity. I like to look at the rock. Maybe it is 3 meters. It is 3 meters wide and 4 meters deep. I just can't take a small little hammer and start breaking it. I need the right tool. So I will have to do the analysis and simplify this task, right? And that takes time. I'll have to take some notes. I'll have to meet my stakeholders. I'll have to meet some experts. So all the estimates, Azine gave a good answer that look at the previous work velocity from the previous iteration, but projecting or estimating work also requires you to think about the effort, risk, and complexity, and then based on that you should estimate. Because so question for Nora. Nora, if you are working on a user story and the user story is high risk, what happens? And you initially you didn't know that you are working on user story number 92. You feel the effort is medium, complexity is medium, the risk is very high. Your stakeholder said the risk is very high. What happens when someone says, Nora, to you, now you estimated that this will take 5 days, but now the stakeholder just told you the risk is very high. What happens, Nora, when you find out that risk associated with some work item is very high?
I should estimate more time for this iteration.
Or for this user story, you will need to include more time.
Yes,
you know why you will need to include more time?
Because of the risk is higher.
Risk leads to uncertainty, right? Risk leads to uncertainty. And when things become uncertain, what do? You form contingency and you will say, you know what? There is uncertainty. How about add 2 more days of contingency? Anytime we find risk associated with a user story, what do? We'll say, I need to build some additional time as contingency because there may be something uncertain. Uncertain things may or may not take place. If they may take place, I need that time. So keep this in mind, guys, from exam standpoint or generally from interview standpoint or generally from operational standpoint, that anytime someone says that some work item has high risk, you must form contingency. You can't do it in 5 days now. You should add some more time for those unforeseen circumstances that may take place, may not take place, right? Because risk as most of you would know, just hold on. Risk is an uncertain event which may or may not take place. Risk will have positive or negative impact on your project. Risk has positive and negative impact on your project. And most importantly, if the negative risks takes place, if the negative risk would take place, what would happen? It will negatively impact the objective of your project. So most of the project teams account for negative risk. And when they account for negative risk, they respond to risk by building the right contingency. Contingency could be adding time to the schedule. Contingency could be adding a human resource. Contingency could be adding some money, putting aside some money. Depends, right? So someone had a question. I'll take that question. If it is relevant, I'll answer it because we got to go through our content today. So go ahead, Anthony. I think, Anthony, it was you.
No, it was me. It's me, Sharif. I just had a question regarding just out of my to have a better picture for understanding regarding the estimating for the effort before the iteration. Assuming we don't have a retrospective from previous iteration, is it required to go through a WBS, like a work breakdown structure, to come up with a right estimate for the time?
You know, in Agile project, we may not have WBS. In predictive projects, you have WBS as a reference point. Agile is not, right? So to answer, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that I wanted to know if I don't have, I'm assuming I don't have a retrospective from previous iteration, and I need now to estimate the effort that's going to be required for this user story. Is it like a detailed breakdown for the effort for that, so I can come up with an accurate timing or estimate timing?
Okay, so look, first of all, what you said that we didn't have a retrospective from the previous iteration, that is not true. You can't finish an iteration. So this is entry criteria. Entry criteria to the next iteration is that definition of done provided by product owner is met. Number one, that's the entry criteria, Sharif. Second entry criteria is all iterations must be completed. If you want to go into the next iteration, so retrospective must be completed. But retrospective does not help you estimate. Retrospective only tells you what are the areas of improvement. Now you come to the next iteration and you look at the product backlog and you select 3 items that you will deliver in the next iteration. Now, you have been asked to provide estimate for one. First and foremost, because you are an expert in Agile teams, experts work that are T-shaped, right? They're experts in one area and they are also know about other areas. They're generalized specialists. You know that. So you know, based on the work estimate and your previous work experience, you would be able to come up with a ballpark number. Keep this in mind. Estimates are never accurate. Otherwise, we'll never say use the word estimate. Estimates are always a range. You will say, well, if you have done similar work, you will be very accurate. You'll say it will take 10 days, maybe plus minus 1 day. But if you have not done similar kind of work before, you will say, well, I will give an estimate and a ballpark, maybe 5 days, but I'll build a contingency of 3 days here because I've never done this before. This happens on project teams all the time, right?
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
So
that answers my question. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so keep this in mind that Agile teams, when we acquire people in Agile teams, we acquire the right experts to do the work. We don't bring intermediate because it's such a fast-paced environment. If you will bring junior resources, intermediate resources, what will happen? We'll always be struggling, right? So when we acquire people who are experts in one area and they're specialists. We don't say experts actually in Agile. We say specialists in one area and they are they know about other areas. They have understanding about other areas. Such people usually come up with right kind of estimates. Estimates are never accurate. You could be the best resource ever. Estimates, even Tesla misses their estimates about car deliveries. Have you seen? They just missed their estimate in Germany by 6 months. A company like Tesla misses it by 6 months. Why? Because sometimes it is important to do the right discovery, right analysis, build the right contingency. Late is better than doing things not right. That is why Agile philosophy is about building the right time to building the right time to doing things right. Build time to do things right. Keep that in mind, right? To build the right contingency based on effort, risk, and complexity. Think about these things next time when you have to estimate. Think about effort, think about risk, think about complexity, think about historical data, think about velocity, as Azine said, and include all these things in your estimate. I think your estimates maybe not 100% accurate, you will be 90% there. So moving on, moving on on this slide. Look, when you provide estimates, one of the important aspect is include risk, account for risk. And Nora, my question to you, and one more time the same question, the moment you see high risk associated with a user story, you will build what with that user story?
When we see high risk in a
And
user story,
if a user story is high risk, you will build what with a user story? Now you will build something in the estimate. And Nora is still thinking. We'll go to Sayan. Sayan, what do you think? What would you build with that user story?
Contingency.
Very good. Contingency. Form the right contingency. The moment you see risk, form contingency. This is one of your exam question. Look, depending on how well you know the work effort, Sharif's answer. Sharif had a question. Depending on how well you know the work effort or the work package, depending on how well you know the work that you've done, you're supposed to do, build the range. Keep the range less wide. Keep the range of estimate less wide if you have done the work before. But if you have not done the work before, then build the appropriate range. For example, look at this here. New slide. So Sharif is working on a user story. He's never worked on this user story before. This user story. You know what he does? He says, based on some historical data, based on the level of effort, risk, complexity, and historical data and interaction with his peers, Sharif says, well, this will take 6 days because the team has never worked on it. How about we say plus minus 3 days? It could be 9 days and 3 days, right? So the work could be done anywhere between 3 to 9 days. Look at the wide range. But if Sharif and his team has worked on it just in last iteration, something like this, his estimate could be 6 plus minus 1 day, 5 to 7 days. The range increases if there is uncertainty. Range decreases if there is less uncertainty. Project management, simple rules of project management, right? So right here, your range would depend on the kind of uncertainty you are dealing with. High level of uncertainty means wider range. It is the key to success in project management is to provide the right range, and it comes with the level of information. If Sharif has all the information available about the work effort, why would he give a big range? But if he has less information, wider range. More information, a smaller range, right? Okay. So, all of us are guilty of some few things. Sometimes we get just too excited. and we end up taking more work. We forget that sometimes what we do is we get too excited and we say, I have 8 hours in a day. We forget about the meetings we go to. We forget about the chats that we want to have with our team. We forget about the help that we provide to other team. Actually, you would have ideal time of 8 hours, but the real time is only 4 hours. The real time we do the work. So estimate that you provide to complete work effort, don't provide the estimate based on ideal time. Provide it based on real time, or consider the diversions in work. Things like meetings that you need to attend. This is not producing the work of the project. Things like having a chat with your peer and helping them out a little bit. Things like being part of retrospective. Things like going for a recreation activity with your team. Include them in your estimate and then estimate the work. So sometimes we say 8 hours. We don't do 8 hours. So if you do 4 hours a day, provide your estimate. Sometimes we all, actually, I made these mistakes in my early stage of my career, but now I would never. I would say, you know what, I work 4 hours a day. My organization needs me for other 4 hours to do other things. My estimate, if there is 24 hours, I don't say 3 days, I say 6 days. Because 4 hours are gone doing other things. So keep this in mind, include diversions. Don't estimate based on ideal time. Estimate based on the real time you will work on an activity. It's very, very important from exam standpoint. There are a couple of questions on this. And base projections based on completion rate. So from here, guys, there are 14 questions on the exam, and all these questions are already discussed now. These, each question, one each. So if you know this, you really don't have to read the chapter. You don't have to read the chapter because this is what they're testing you on, right? And plus all the pictures that I built with you today, those are important. So let's take a look at.
Sorry, may I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, when you say read the chapters, so are we going to be receiving some?
So Mona, you don't have to worry about that. You just have, you would just be taking notes and building a mindset. Your goal is to just listen and build a mindset. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So because we are having our session on Monday, and then we'll talk about it then, because this is just foundation for you. All right. But good question.
Thank you. Got it.
Okay. So here we go. Agile discovery, right? So discovery is so important on every project. So agile discovery refers to evolution and elaboration of agile project plans in contrast to upfront traditional approach to project planning. Traditional approach, right? It's very upfront. So let's talk about this agile discovery a little bit more. So in traditional projects, we have requirement phase, then we have analysis phase. We could call it planning. Then we develop, then we test, and then we deploy. This traditional projects can also be summarized as this: initiating, followed by planning, followed by all this develop, test, and deployment is executing, and then closing. So requirement and analysis is called initiating and planning. Development, test, to some extent deployment is called executing, and then we close the project. Another way of seeing a project life cycle. You will see that planning is a one-time effort in traditional waterfall or predictive approach. It's a one-time effort. Agile discovery means that you have your iteration 0, which is about building the product backlog. During this time, you may have the information is very high level. You have prioritized product backlog, and the information is very high level during this time. Information about the user stories or requirements is very high level, very early. Now, once we have gone through this one-time effort of discovery, which is very high level, we start our iteration number 1, and it starts with iteration planning. Now, during this time, we pick up some of the user stories from here, and we start providing details to these user stories. Look how agile discovery continues to happen throughout initial high level, and then we progressively elaborate based on the information becoming available. So in iteration planning, the 3 user stories that you selected from the product backlog, now you have more details and more information about those user stories. That's why you are able to estimate it more accurately than you would have done an estimate. That's why we never estimate. We keep the estimate very high level in the beginning. During that one-time effort of iteration 0 to create a product backlog, priority is very high level. But when it comes to iteration planning, we start having discussions with our teams, discussions with our key stakeholders, discussions with our product owner. And during iteration planning, our details, we have more information here because of the interaction, and our estimate becomes more accurate. So agile discovery is continuously elaborating on that initial product backlog through various different iteration planning effort or planning efforts that we have in agile. That's why agile uses this concept of progressive elaboration. In the early stages, when the product backlog is created, you have high level of information. When you go into iteration planning, you have detailed level of estimation, and because of those detailed level of estimation, you are able to project better, you are able to estimate better, you are able to provide better and accurate work efforts. So look, progressive elaboration refers to the process of adding more details as new information emerges. So during iteration 0, you may not have details, but you have high level requirement or user story, you have a high level estimate, and you have a high level priority. But when you get to iteration planning for a specific iteration, you start having conversations. Conversation leads to adding more details, and those details help you plan, estimate, and do risk assessment better than initial stages. Progressive elaboration is a concept of estimation. So progressive elaboration, let's just write it down here for you separately. New slide. So progressive elaboration. It is a concept of estimation. And the concept is based on, in the initial stages of a project, the information is coarse grained or high level. Let's say iteration 0. Let's say iteration 0. Very high level. Now, when you go into your iteration, And as part of iteration planning, you're able to, you have conversations with your key stakeholders, you have conversations. And those conversations, what do they lead to? They lead to more details. These more details help you estimate better, help you understand the risk better. So you project the iteration a little bit better. And that's what progressive elaboration is. In the initial stages of project, keep it high level priority, high level estimate. But when you get into the iteration, provide details to the selected user stories. Keep this in mind. And this is the concept of progressive elaboration. So right here, progressive elaboration refers to the process of adding more detail as the new information emerges, primarily during iteration planning of a specific iteration. So this slide here for you is the real, right? The message adaptive planning is all about. This is the real message. And all your exam questions, those 14 questions that you will get on the ACP Agile Certified Professional Exam, they come from here. These are the concepts they're going to test you on. If you have understanding of this, you're golden, right? So you don't need to go out there and read the book. The idea remains, develop the right mindset, because mindset is what creates a winning story. It is not about doing agile, it's about being agile. Keep this in mind. The idea is not doing agile, idea is being agile. Being agile happens when you develop the mindset. Planning in agile is very progressive. Keep this in mind. Now let's take a look at principles of agile planning. We already talked about it, principles of agile planning. So we will build some slides, but before we build some slides, we can have a break. We'll have a quick break for about 10 minutes. We'll come back and then we'll take a look at principles of agile planning. We've already talked about it, but we'll go at a very, very, very high level. So take a break, guys, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Let's be back at 10:47 or 10:48. And then I can take some questions and then we'll start.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, welcome back, guys. Let us move forward from there. Principles of agile planning, right? What are those principles of agile planning? So, do we have everyone here?
I'm here.
Okay, all right, let's start. So, agile planning, the key is prioritization. So, and keep this in mind. So let's just create a new mind map here for us. So one of the keys to agile planning, why do we do iteration planning? Why do we do iteration planning? The most important reason why agile planning is done is because we want to deliver most value-oriented items or user stories or requirements, whatever you may want to call them, first. We want to deliver the most value-oriented items, user stories, or requirements first. How do we do that? We achieve this by continual prioritization. Prioritization is a continual process, and it happens at the beginning of every iteration. Agile planning is about keeping focus on value. So agile planning is about keeping focus on value. Items that have most value should be delivered first. So, initially, so there we go. Let's take a look at it. So agile projects, they start with something called iteration 0. This is not an event of agile. It is a one-time effort that is done to establish the product backlog. One-time effort. It is iteration 0 is a one-time effort to establish the product backlog. Iteration 0 is done to establish the infrastructure required to execute agile projects also. A one-time effort, they say this could be 4 to 8 weeks. Initial one-time effort. During this time, this product backlog, you just don't document, you don't just document the user stories, you also do a very high level prioritization. And to do the high level prioritization, you could use some prioritization techniques such as Moscow analysis or Kano analysis, something that we discussed last week. You do a very high level prioritization. You do a high level prioritization. So Sayan, the reason you do a high level prioritization during iteration 0 is because you have more information or less information available?
Less information.
Less information available. And you, on the similar note, you also do a very high level estimation of the work because you have less information available. Sometimes this estimation, guys, from exam standpoint is called coarse-grained, right? If you pass things through a filter, you can get what you want and also some other things, but because the less information is there, you just make it very coarse-grained. So look, prioritization happened during iteration 0. Now, once this iteration 0 is completed, once this is completed, then you go about delivering the user stories in the product backlog using increments or iterations. Iteration 1, iteration 2, and so on. Now, at the beginning of iteration, you have iteration planning and you again do prioritization, quick prioritization to ensure the initial prioritization is still applicable, right? So, and you continue to do that in the beginning of every iteration. So agile planning focuses on prioritization to understand those requirements, user stories, or work items that will generate maximum value. The idea is maximum value. So right here, That's what they're trying to convey here. Principles of agile planning is value-based analysis. Understand the value associated with each and every user story and deliver those user stories in the earlier iteration that generate maximum value. So agile planning is based on value-based analysis. You could use two great techniques of prioritization called Moscow and Kano analysis. Some organizations also like to use something called dot voting. Maybe we'll talk about it today. It is the process of assessing and prioritizing the value of work, business value of work, and planning accordingly. Items that generate maximum value should be delivered in earlier iterations, and items that do not generate equal value, they must be delivered in the later iterations. So if I had a product backlog slide, so if I had a product backlog that was created, and this product backlog had, so product backlog, and you had prioritized this product backlog, and it had 174 user stories, requirements, or work items. You know the earlier iterations, iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, the earlier iterations, they will be focused on delivering these top items because they generate items of maximum value. You focus on those first. That is why prioritization happens as early as iteration 0 early stages and the beginning of every iteration. Why do we prioritize one more time at the beginning of every iteration? Because we want to ensure that the previous prioritization that was done, it is still valid, still applicable. The other thing is, Anthony had asked a question. Let's say some stakeholders came up, so you had 174 requirements. During iteration 3, another stakeholder came and added one more requirement, 175. Now, iteration 4 started. At the beginning of iteration 4, the team felt 105 is very important. They added it. So initial prioritization that was done, you continuously review it to see that it is still applicable. And sometimes changes will take place due to market conditions changing, due to political conditions changing, due to regulatory needs, due to risk-based needs. You may change this prioritization and you can immediately include a new item in the very next iteration from the point you were in, from where you were in at that time, right? So agile, so in the exam, there could be 2 questions from this slide, and those 2 questions will be agile planning starts with prioritization or reprioritizing the item sometimes. That's number 1. How do you do that? You can use some prioritization methods and techniques. And prioritization is a continual process. That's what your slide number 3 says, or bullet number 3 says. It is continues throughout the life cycle of the project because the needs are changing, the environments are changing, the market conditions are changing, the competition is changing. So continue to reevaluate, evaluate, and prioritize your work items. And as I said, in this picture right here that we created, your earlier iteration, they should focus on top of the product backlog, which is the highest value items that generate maximum value. And that's what it says. The next slide, it says we prioritize work to deliver the highest value item first, and if there are any changes, we take them into account at the beginning of every iteration. But prioritization started as early as iteration 0, when you started establishing the product backlog. And factors in development cost, when evaluating the value of work, you should also consider factors in development cost when you are evaluating the value of work. Now comes on the right hand side, you see something called coarse grained, right? Coarse grained. What does that mean? I had asked Sayan a question in the beginning because I wanted to drive our conversation towards coarse grained. My question to Sayan was, Sayan, in the early stages of a project during iteration 0, do you have more information or less information available? Sayan said less information. Less information means our priority will be high level, prioritization will be high level, our estimates will be very high level in the early stages, and this high level estimation, high level prioritization is called coarse grained, right? So what does that mean? Agile planning is coarse grained in the early stages, and when more information becomes available, it becomes detailed and more accurate, right? So look, but just because you have less information, it does not mean that you will not have any prioritization or estimation. Now, if you take a look at it here, coarse grain requirements. Agile don't specifically, so in Agile projects, you do not specifically have fully detailed requirements in the early stages right here. Or during iteration 0, you may not have fully detailed requirement during this early one-time effort of iteration 0. So, but that doesn't mean that you will not collect the requirements or you will not estimate them and you will not prioritize them. So keep them coarse grained, or coarse grained is a fancy word for high level information. Keep it very high level. Don't need to go into detail. And agile planning is also about boxing, budget boxing and time boxing, right? So look at this concept here. Agile project, then maybe I'm going to ask some questions. So there you go. There is an iteration. You are working on an iteration right now. Let's say you're working on iteration number 9. Of course, every iteration starts with iteration planning. Iteration planning then goes into daily stand-up, then goes into review, iteration review, demo, whatever you may want to call it, and finally goes into a retro. So when you are here in the early stages of planning, you, number one, you select at this time, select the mode, select the user stories with maximum value as listed in the product backlog, and sometimes you may pre-prioritize also depending on changing needs. Select them. Plus, what do? So of course you prioritize, you pick up the prioritize items. Plus, you also estimate. You estimate. Because look, this daily stand-up or development is time boxed to 1 to 4 weeks. So you got to only select the work. So what work should you select? You should select the work based on your capacity and your knowledge that would fit into this time box of 1 to 4 weeks, whatever you may say. You may say, okay, let's say your iteration is 4 weeks. Your stand-up is 4 weeks. So you should select the work that fits into 4 weeks. So you said, we will do 3 user stories, and you know that 3 user stories can be delivered in 4 weeks. And this is what is called time boxing. Now, if you were here during review, you realized that you couldn't finish you could only finish 2 items, and 1 item is incomplete. So this is very important for us to understand. So at the end of 4 weeks, you realize that you can only complete 2 items and 1 item is incomplete. You are not given more time than the time box that was given to you of 4 weeks. You're not given more time. So what happens? This incomplete item is thrown back into the product backlog and will become part of the next sprint. So first of all, teams should estimate better. And they should understand that everything is boxed. The budget is boxed. You have a limited budget, an assigned budget, and you have assigned time. You will not get more time than the initial time box of 4 weeks. So if you chose 3 items and product owner and the team and the stakeholders would like you to finish all those 4 items because you estimated them. But if you're not able to finish those 3 items or 4 items in 4 weeks, whatever you could do will be shipped, and whatever was incomplete will be put back in the product backlog. So teams have to learn to estimate the work better. Estimate the work better by considering the real time over ideal time. Sometimes when we estimate based on ideal time, we don't consider the divergence that may take place, or we are distracted by so many other things at work. When I say use the word distraction, does not necessarily mean distraction. It means you have to join the meetings, you have to be part of daily stand-up, you have to be part of some of the things that may not be about building the product. So you must also include those items as part of your work, sometimes called consider real time over ideal time. Ideal time is 8 hours, but you don't necessarily work 8 hours towards product development. You may have meetings and all that. Real time is the work you will dedicate towards product development. Consider real time when you provide estimates over ideal time, so that you finish what you promised. If you said 4 weeks, 3 items, you finish the 3 items. But in case you could only finish 2 items, that one incomplete item, you're not given 1 more week now. The iteration will end where it was supposed to end in 4 weeks or 4.2 weeks. The work item that was incomplete will be thrown back into the product backlog. And in the next iteration, if the product owner still deems this incomplete work item to be of maximum value, it will become part of the iteration. So keep this in mind, and that's what this slide is all about. Time boxing. It is a short fixed duration period time in which defined set of activities of work are undertaken. What are these defined set of activities of work? These are items that generate maximum value based on the prioritization or reprioritization in the product backlog. Uncompleted work during the time box is moved back into the product backlog. The time box of 4 weeks is never extended. That's why Agile, by the time you get to 4th or 5th or 6th iteration, you become really good at estimation because you've seen most of the work that you will encounter. But any point of time when you find that some of the work is new to you, you start building the right contingencies to it. Guys, did that make sense? Is everyone with me here? Very simple, right? So basically, adaptive planning from exam standpoint is completed, but we'll take a look at some other concepts now, right? So then I'll take some questions also from you. This is very important for us. From Parkinson law to this is actually not from exam standpoint, not from exam standpoint, not exam. It's generally some cool concepts. Those cool concepts, right? So Parkinson law. It is a law that states that if you are given some work, let's say you have so Parkinson law states that if you have some work and you have 2 weeks to do the work, this work, all of us find a way for our work to fill these 2 weeks, even if sometimes we have more time to some time here to give back to our project team, but somehow we find a way to fill that work item with those. If someone said, well, this work item, you have 2 weeks, you will find a way to fill up your 2 weeks with that work. That's Parkinson's law. Sometimes you don't need 2 weeks. You will be able to finish, but somehow all of us have learned that we'll go for coffee, we'll do this, we'll do that, and all that kind of stuff, right? So we find a way to fill up work. So someone gave me some work and they said, I'll give you 2 weeks to complete this work. Let's say someone gave me this work, said, hey, can you finish this work? And you have 2 weeks. I know it takes only 1 week, but really, when I started working on it, I filled up my 2 weeks with this work, right? I filled up this is Parkinson's law, not exam standpoint, it's not important. Second is student syndrome. What is student syndrome? Student syndrome is we have one full year to study for a certain course, but really we throughout the course we don't pay attention, or we don't do that apply that daily rigor, but just before the exam, a week before the exam, we cram everything. That's student syndrome, and clearly defined as when people are given a deadline, they tend to wait until they have nearly reached the deadline before they start working. And it is so true. It is true to my career in early days. When you become an expert in a task, right? This happens when you become an expert in a task. For example, I had to write a project charter. I'll be like, whatever. And I'll be doing my own stuff for I had 3 weeks. For 2 weeks, I'll not do anything. Like, you know what? I know it so well. It doesn't take more than 3 days. I'll look at it in the last. Actually, I will do it in the last day then. So student syndrome. So avoid this Parkinson's law and avoid this. And remain consistent, because agile philosophy is your ability to find sustainable pace for indefinite period. People who are successful, this is what they do really well. They have been able to find a sustainable pace for indefinite period. For example, you could be on a treadmill today, first time in your life, you never ran before, and you start doing 7 miles an hour on day 1. You know what will happen the next day? Your leg will be hurting. You will never go on the treadmill again. So the idea of agile teams and the way they work from one iteration to another, and then next, and 40 iterations, is because they've been able to find sustainable pace. Sustainable pace is when you start enjoying work, because this is within my capacity, right? And then you can work for indefinite period. It so applies to generally our life, to find the sustainable pace and work for indefinite period. Actually, this is Elon Musk who said this. Sustainable pace for indefinite period is when successful products, great products are created, right? Teams must find a sustainable pace. So we're talking about ideal time. Ideal time is estimating as if there were no interruptions, and in 8 hours workday, all the 8 hours will be towards the work or creating the product. But this doesn't happen. And if you will estimate with all 8 hours creating the product, if you will estimate with all 8 hours that you will focus on the work, your estimations are going to be so wrong. For example, you said one user story takes 24 hours. You have 8 hours in a day. You said, I'll finish it in 3 days. Why you could not finish it in 3 days is because you did not account for the meetings, the daily stand-up meetings, the other training that you're providing to your team members. You're helping your team members out. You're sitting in the meeting with the product owner. You're going out for a coffee with the team to have a discussion. All that. You must account for all that, and that is what is called real time. Estimate based on real time, not ideal time. So that's what it talks about here. If you want to provide better estimates, don't estimate on ideal time. Estimate on real time, right? Real time, where you also include these other interruptions that take place in the day-to-day work that you do, and these interruptions are important. These interruptions and distractions are important for us to maintain sanity. Otherwise, we will all go crazy at work. So include those certain other things that you do at work apart from just doing the work, right? Includes those other aspects also. That's what it speaks about. And the next slide is, it talks about agile requirements. So agile requirements, so we'll talk about that a little bit. Agile requirements, let's go here and insert one more slide. Some organizations like to call, so these needs of stakeholders. On predictive projects, when I say predictive, I mean waterfall, plan-driven, traditional, classic product development approaches, plan-driven approaches, whatever name you want to call it. In this, we call them stakeholders requirements. Sometimes we also call them business requirements. Sometimes we also call them high-level requirements of business. In adaptive or agile projects, sometimes also called agile adaptive, sometimes also called change-driven projects, these requirements, based on the approach you are using, the requirements could be called user stories. Sometimes these requirements could also be called or just requirements. And sometimes these requirements, based on whether they are high level or low level, they could be called epics, etc. So now we'll talk about this side of the world, from early stages to later stages. So look what happens in agile projects. In agile projects, in the early stages, so in agile projects, so we're talking about agile projects. So in agile projects, in the early stages, say iteration 0, or even before iteration 0, you may have high level requirements. So you may have high level requirements, and these high level requirements are called epics. These are big chunks of work, big chunks. And by the time you start creating, so these are given by the business. The business may say, I need a website. That's it, a high level requirement. I need a website. Then in the later parts, when you start putting together or later stages of iteration 0, or early stages of your iteration planning, these epics, these epics are decomposed. Now you start decomposing the epics, these epics, so epics, the website, into user stories. Now you start building user stories, and the user story could be website will have a home page. Now you are decomposing the website. It will have about us page, it will have contact page, it will have product page, and you start writing these user stories. And During iteration planning, you may further decompose each of these user story into tasks. So user stories during iteration planning could also be decomposed into tasks. You could say homepage will be in English and French. Further decompose. Homepage will be in English or French. Homepage will have this specific content. Homepage will be with what do you call it? Some specific font, say Arial. Homepage would be 10. The size of the font would be 10, right? So you provide more details. So take a look at it. In the early stages, when there is less information available, you may have requirements in the form of epic. Epic means large, right? You could have, I need a website. That's it. Or you may say, I need a website with 4 tabs. Website with 4 tabs. Just this information. Then you will decompose these epics later on in the later stages of iteration 0 or early stages of iteration planning into user stories. And further, you will decompose these user stories to have specific tasks. And there is something else called acceptance and evaluation criteria. And then these user stories will be handed over for development during daily stand-up. So different forms of requirement. When I say different forms of requirement, is that when you're working in early stages, it's very high level. But when you come closer to the iteration planning, you start decomposing them and provide details, because development team will need details. And that's what it means. Epics, very high level. So in the exam, if they said, well, you have been provided epics, what stage of the project are you in? So, how would you answer that? Guys, what do you think? How would you answer that? Anyone can answer. You have just been provided epics. What do you think? What stage?
Probably sprint 0.
That's in the early
Or early stages. Very early stages.
Initial stages.
Very, very early. Very early stages. And now you got user stories with you, and you're further decomposing the user stories into tasks. What stage are you in? You have started developing the product and you are in iteration planning stage, right? Providing iteration planning is iteration planning is about providing details, right? So epics comes first, followed by user stories. User stories are decomposed into tasks. Keep this in mind. So in the exam, there is a famous question. So I think we can ask Nora to answer this question for us. So the question goes like this. The question is this. You are a team member and you have been given a user story. This user story looks very complex to you. What should you do now? Or you have been provided a user story, you have handed it over to the team, and the team says, this is very complex. What should you do? Guys, based on what I just presented to you, what would be your answer? What comes after user story?
Planning.
Payment.
What comes after user story?
Payment methods.
Break it down into tasks.
Very good. Very good. Very good. So epic, decompose it into user stories. If the user story is very complex and the team cannot understand it, what should you do? Decompose it further, simplify it for them. In an agile environment, we call it tasks. Tasks, and provide acceptance and evaluation criteria. Acceptance and evaluation criteria is something that we'll be learning about it in our next sessions. But for today, we'll keep it at tasks. If they use in the exam, there will be 100% a question for you. Well, you have been given a very complex user story and you hand it over to the development team, and development team feels that it requires more information. What should you do? You should decompose the user story further into tasks. So keep this in mind. Epic, 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 look the word epic, high level. Decompose epics into user stories. User stories should be further decomposed into tasks, right? So that's right here. So we're here now. Agile requirement. Agile requirement could be in different forms throughout the project. In the early stages, they could be epics. In the later stages, look, the top level agile stories are epics and user stories. Then you will decompose the epics into user stories and further decompose them to task level. Epics, user stories, task level. A very high level scope of the project is epic. Further decomposing it into smaller chunks of requirements is user story. Further decomposing it into tasks, right? So epics, when you come to iteration, so look, requirements, the most important part here is that requirements in Agile are decomposed just in time. What does that mean? You don't start decomposing the epics or user stories during iteration 0. You don't do that. At that time, you keep it high level. But when you come to iteration planning, you start decomposing them when it is the right time. Don't just decompose them early. You're wasting your time. Maybe you are decomposing things that are not even important. So when you come to iteration planning, you should decompose your epics into user stories and user stories maybe into tasks. And I think you should decompose user stories into tasks during iteration planning. So that's what this slide is all about. And the next slide speaks about user stories, right? So user story is this component of the requirement that can be handed over to the development team, and you could further decompose it into into tasks, right? If it is very complex, now take a look at it. So right here, let's talk about user story. User story. In the exam, there are no questions on this at all. But if you're working in real world, this is what we do. We capture the user story. So user story, a good user, when you're writing a good user story, let's say you have a website that you want to develop and you need a home page for that, and you need an about us page for that, or you need a contact page for the website. Two things. So you start writing a user story. You have to write a user story for homepage, and you have to write a user story for contact page. So journal rule for a user story is that user stories should be very clear. They should be brief and short, and they should clearly specify 3 components. You know, any part of the world, if you go to any part of the world or any company in the world, and if they are building user stories, all user stories will address 3 components. First of all, it should be very clear and brief. These are some 2 simple rules. 2 simple rules of writing a user story. Don't write elaborate user story. Keep them very clear, keep them brief and short. But this is good. This is basic information, everyone. Every user story must contain 3 components, guys. 3 components. What are those 3 components? When you're writing a, so you are building a website, again, you're building a website. You're building a website, and in the website you want home page and you want about us page. You are in your iteration 1 now, and you are doing iteration planning. During that time, you have to write a user story for home page and about us page. So you can work with Apple, you can work with Amazon, you can work with RBC Bank, you can work with City of Hamilton, you can work with any company in the world. There is this meta language for a user story. There is a meta language which applies to all industries. That's why working on agile projects is very simple. Meta language, where they say that every user story must have 3 core elements or components. First is, who is going to use this feature or function of the user story? Who's going to use it? Mention that. What is it that they're going to use it for? What is the function here? Clearly describe the function and why. Who sometimes is also called an actor. What is the description of the user story sometimes? And why is the benefit or the value a user story will bring? So look, agile projects are all about value. So every requirement of agile, or sometimes called user story, you must capture 3 elements. Who, the actor, what, the description, why, the value. So you have to write a user story for home page. You will say, as a user, number 1. So who, as a user of the website. Description, I will like to see all the products. Why? Products in one page. And why? So that I can buy them with ease, right? You go www.amazon.com, search bar comes and says, what do you want to buy? You can select, right? Home page, a default page. As a user, I like to see a default page to see all the products so that I can buy them with ease. This is how agile requirements are written, and all requirements should clearly say who, what, and why. So let's say if Anthony was writing a user story for About Us page, Anthony goes to the stakeholder, says, who's going to use the About Us page? Said, the stakeholder is struggling to tell Anthony who. No one cares about the company nowadays. If you go on Amazon, where do you see an About Us page? There you go. Anthony says, who's going to use it? The stakeholder is struggling. And says, all right, so what are they going to use it for? To know about us, but who cares about us? If we are going to sell the products, why don't we use the website pages for selling the product? And why? So that we can showcase our company. There is not much value coming out. So this will become a lower level item. That's why in most of the websites nowadays, you don't see About Us page. You don't see them, because if it is a school, they are showcasing their products, their courses. If it is an organization that sells products like Amazon, Alibaba, they are showcasing their products on the homepage. Who has the time? Except for Donald Trump, who shows the website and talks about himself. If you were ever to go into Trump's website and write Donald Trump's website for Trump buildings, it will only say Mr. Trump, Mr. Trump, Mr. Trump. And you go on Amazon, you go on Tesla, you would hardly find the name Elon Musk anywhere. You don't find the name Jeff Bezos. You don't find the name Whitney Wolf on Bumblebee. You don't find their names. Why? Because there is no value in it. Value is in selling and buying products for such companies. And that's what they focus on. From exam standpoint, there is no question on user story, except user stories are agile-based requirements. But in real life, there is a lot of value. Whenever you go to a stakeholder and you are writing a user story, you are not going to write it on your own. User story or requirements are stakeholders' perspective. So what do? You go to the stakeholder and ask them 3 pointed questions of who, what, and why. Or as a matter of fact, any project, whether agile or predictive, these 3 questions must be asked about each and every requirement, about who, what, and why. Very important from real world. from ACP exam perspective, they're not going to ask you this. So agile requirements are called user stories. They are small, brief chunk of works that define the business functionality. And how do you write it? As a user, who, what, and why. So when you're writing a user story, you are not going to write it on your own. It is not your requirement. It is your stakeholder's requirement. So what do? You ask 3 probing questions to a stakeholder. Say, who's going to use this function? What are they going to use it for? Let your stakeholder define, and then you put it in this. This is called the meta language, the acceptable language for agile requirements. Then there are something called 3 C's of agile, not important from, I'm not going to discuss this, not important from generalized perspective. So it says, well, keep your, it includes, so card, your user story should be very simple, like this, a simple little card as a user description and value. Keep it very simple. Description and value. Then get more details about this by having conversations with your stakeholders, right? Get more details by engaging the stakeholder, the customer, and the developer. Bring them together and have a conversation about it. And then when you have delivered the user story, ensure that the product owners say, or the customers say, I like what you delivered, and it's done. So write a basic description about the user story or the requirement, have conversation between business owners and development team. And when the development team has built it, so confirmation, when the requirement has been built, already developed, then ensure that you get confirmation from the product owner or the customer, that the work has been done by the team, or definition of done has been met. Card, conversation, and confirmation. But what is important for us to know is that user story have 3 important components of who, what, and why. Every requirement or every user story must satisfy these 3 criteria or component. These are so if someone said, what are the kind of questions you ask when you are capturing your requirements or user story? I ask 3 important questions of who, what, and why. Usually, this is what provides clarity. When you ask these questions, your stakeholders will provide you deeper level of clarity on the requirements. Then there is a mnemonic. For a user story. They say every user story should be so every user story should kind of like fit into this criteria of invest. Apart from user story having those 3 components of who, what, and why, every user story can fit into this mnemonic called invest, which is I means independent. Every user story should be independent, and means you should be able to negotiate with stakeholder about the priority, negotiable, because you want to establish priority. If a user story is not negotiable, it's kind of like useless. So every user story should bring some value. The why, right? The value. It should be valuable. If there is no value, why deliver it? Why waste our resources? Establish priority. Should be given a priority or a rank. every user story should be estimatable. You should be able to provide an estimate. Initially, it could be rough estimate or broad estimate, and later on, it could be a detailed or definitive estimate. Early stages, keep it rough. In the later stages, make it as accurate, as definitive as possible, right? So, or define the two. So, every user story should be small, as we said. Keep it very short and brief, and it should be there should be some time bound, or it should be time bound and testable. Every user story should be time bound, and sometimes some people say time bound and we say testable. It should be testable. So when you are writing a user story, make sure that it is independent, is negotiable, it's valuable, it's estimatable, it's small, and it is testable, or it is also time bound. Another T, I would say time bound. It should be, you should be able to finish it in that certain time. And if you cannot finish it in time, decompose the user story into a task. So user story, if you feel that it is very complex, you must further decompose them into tasks. So keep this in mind. And before we move forward, in the early stages, your requirements may look like very broad epics. As you go into your iteration, they start looking like user stories with 3 components of who, what, and why. And when you see the user stories are very complex, you must decompose them into tasks to provide and gain more clarity. So, grooming your product backlog. I mean, there's too much information here about it. You don't need so much information. I'll just speak about it. So, grooming your product backlog, what does that mean? You create the product backlog. So you create the product backlog. When you create the product backlog, you have a very high level priority associated with the product backlog. And then when you start moving from iteration 1, this priority, you continue to groom your product backlog. And what does that mean, groom your product backlog? What grooming of product backlog means is that you revisit the prioritization and you reprioritize it based on the changing needs, based on the changing market conditions, based on the competitive needs, based on the social needs, based on the regulatory needs, based on the risk. You continue to reprioritize your product backlog so that you continue to focus on value delivery. So prioritization in Agile is not a one-time effort of iteration 0. Prioritization in Agile continues to happen throughout the project, with at the beginning of every iteration or at the end of every iteration. You continue to reprioritize and groom your product backlog so that your most valuable items are always on top and you are focused on those most valuable items. And if you read it here, that's what it says. It says the process of keeping the backlog, grooming is the process of keeping the backlog updated and accurately prioritized. It is all about priority of user stories, guys, because we must focus on items that generate, I'll repeat it again, maximum value. And how do you continually prioritize? By grooming the product backlog, right? A well-groomed product backlog is the foundation of an agile project and essential to team delivering value. It is all about value, and you can focus on value by continuously prioritizing and reprioritizing, like it is said here, right? So keep grooming. So when is the ideal time to do grooming? So if you take a look at iteration, So let's go here, new slide. Let's take a look at one iteration. Let's say this is an iteration of agile, of an agile project. You could have iteration planning, then you could have stand up or development. You could say stand up, and I could also say development. Then you have review. Sometimes we like to call it demo. Sometimes we like to call it test too. Test or acceptance, whatever you want to call it. Different organizations like to use different terms. And then you have retro, the lesson learned session. Now these are the iterations of Agile. Some teams feel that when that development is coming to an end right here, they very quickly would right here, or maybe right here, they quickly have a maybe 1 hour meeting with the product owner. They could have it here, they could have it here, or they could have it in the early stages where they will look at the product backlog one more time, and they will look at the priority and say, what is it? So they will ask the product owner, what would you want in the next iteration that's coming after this? We're finishing this iteration now. So let's have a meeting. They could have the meeting here, they could have the meeting here, they could have the meeting in the early stage. Ideally, teams like the meeting somewhere here for the next iteration, so that they can give enough time to the product owner to come prepared and answer questions during planning. So they have a grooming meeting at the end of development or stand up. After 4 weeks, they'll say, guys, can we have a quick 1 hour meeting for the next iteration? And let's see what are the items we will be delivering. And if items look complex, they may start decomposing them into tasks also. So the team knows the next iteration. Product owner understands the priority, provides the priority, and the team continues to work on the current iteration, but they also start thinking about the next iteration now, and the reprioritization, if it is required due to new user stories, due to changes, due to incomplete work, is also known to the team. Because the idea of Agile is collaborative effort. So grooming can happen somewhere here, ideally here, for the next iteration. Because if you do it here, you may not give enough time to the team as well as the product owner to provide the clarity, right? That's why most of the teams in the world, they like to groom the product owner at the end of an iteration, or in the early stages during review and demo. They would like to pull out 1 hour, look at the next iteration, and so that when they come here to planning, they are well equipped and they know what's going to happen. And also, if the grooming was done here at this time, it may be just too late because you only have 4 to 8 hours and the product owner may not have all the questions for you. But if you did the grooming here at this stage of the previous iteration, the product owner knows what to expect from them. They're extremely busy people, so they come a little more prepared. So guys, I'll open this up for a little bit here, because there are 2 questions on the exam from grooming, 2 to 3 questions, and generally in interviews also there are lots of questions. So I'll ask you to ask me some questions on grooming if there is anything that you don't understand or you feel is missing right now.
Yeah, hi Hemant, Pallab here. So I have a question. So the question is, do we really need development team in the grooming session?
You do need development team in the grooming session, because the reason for that is that it is the development team that is going to do the work, and development team, Pallab, is able to provide indications, is able to provide some sort of recommendation to the product owner about the complexity, because they've been working on a project. Let's say they are in iteration 9, and now you are having a grooming session. Development team may say, product owner, in the next iteration, you have this prioritized high-value user story, but it is extremely complex. We need more details because we have never worked on it before. Or sometimes the development team will say, you know what? I don't think we need a grooming session right now. The next 3 user stories are very well known to us. let's just wrap up this session very quickly. We know what we need to do. You don't even need to be in the planning next time. We can handle it. That's why it is very important to include some representation from development team, because they are able to provide indication on the level of detail that will be required. Does that make sense? Because in the end, who is going to do the work? Development team.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Hemant.
All right. Any other question, guys, about product grooming? So I have a question for maybe, let's see. Let's go here. All right. So I have a question for maybe Yassine. Yassine, product backlog grooming. Grooming a product backlog. Is it a one-time effort, Yassine, or is it a continual effort that continues to happen throughout the project?
I believe it's a continuous process through different iteration. Is you kind of revisit that topic as it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. So it provides more clarity and reprioritization. Bisma, the next question is for you, Bisma. Bisma, product grooming. Why do we do product grooming? If you had to answer this question in one word, why do you do product grooming? Product backlog grooming. Bisma is not there, so we'll go to maybe Rupam. Rupam, why do you do product backlog grooming? If you had to answer this in one word.
To get more detail.
More detail, and what else? One word. So who will like to answer that? One word. Why do we do product backlog grooming, guys?
Prioritization.
Prioritization.
Prioritization, because look, Agile is about focusing on items that generate maximum value, right? Market conditions change around us, competitive conditions change around us, environmental conditions change around us, regulatory needs are changing, risks are emerging, so we must stay nimble. And prioritization, and sometimes even removing items that generate no value is key to remaining successful. Product grooming, the most important thing is the reason why we do product grooming, guys, is because we want to look at the prioritization a little bit, and we also want to look at the next iteration and see what is it that we are getting into, and do we need more details. And because product owners are extremely powerful people, they have less time. It is also a time to tell the product owner that we will need you in the meeting, or we will need some clarification for you, so that we can give them enough time to come prepared into iteration planning. Otherwise, in 4 to 8 hours, if a complex user story is being built, that may not be enough time for a product owner to now sit there for 8 hours and do the things, right? They're extremely busy people. So you want to give them a lot of time in advance, so that they can focus on the priorities. So that was product grooming. From exam standpoint, very, very simple concept. And there we are going to look at some of the, concepts. T-shirt sizing, very interesting concepts of T-shirt sizing, planning poker, and a story map. So we'll look at, first we will look at T-shirt sizing and planning poker. So there are two, so we're going to take a look at two very interesting things. So nowadays, we said in the beginning that Agile projects are collaborative. And there is a lot of collaboration. There is a lot of collaboration among the stakeholders. These stakeholders could be stakeholders from business, IT, and different groups. There is a lot of collaboration. So in traditional approaches, what was happening was there will be this requirement phase, then they will go into design phase, and then they will go into development phase. So after the requirement phase, these business owners will be almost forgotten here, and they will never be part of estimation. They will never be part of estimation. So agile projects, however, started taking a different approach. They said, you know what? Even in estimation, we must engage our stakeholders, but we should make estimation a little bit easy and more fun. So what they did was they started introducing some collaborative games. They started introducing some collaborative games for estimation methods. So some collaborative games for estimation. And two collaborative games that most organizations have started using. One is t-shirt sizing, and the second is planning poker. Both of them are estimation methods. And stakeholders come together and they, like, in a very fun environment, they estimates on the work effort. These are estimations. So in the exam, your question is very simple. Team is using planning poker. What are they doing? Your answer is estimation, right? These estimations are not accurate, like, oh, this will take 9 days plus minus. No, we don't do estimation using days. We do estimation which is relative to a t-shirt size. These are relative estimations, or to a number on the card when you are playing this game planning poker, a number. And that makes the estimate very coarse grained. So these kind of collaborative games and estimation methods are based on relative estimation, plus they are done in the early stages. Why? To get some indication. And we had used this word, the estimates are high level or coarse grained. So planning poker does not give you estimates that are accurate. These are coarse grained estimates. So collaborative games, two important things. Their estimation method, number one. Number two, you could use t-shirt sizing and planning poker. Most of the organizations are using this. But these are done in the early stages because of the high level estimates that you will get. The estimates are relative to a t-shirt size or a number on the card if you're using planning poker. And these estimates are coarse grained. So if you know this, guys, you can answer whatever questions are there on your ACP exam. If you just know this, one more time, collaborative games for estimation are t-shirt sizing and planning poker. These are not prioritization methods, guys. These are estimation methods. These estimation methods are relative. Relative to what? Relative to either a t-shirt size or relative to planning poker. And now these estimations should be done in the early stages. These are not for later stages. When you have less information, use this method. And these estimations are called coarse grained. And if you know all these points here, you will get all your questions right. There are two questions, I guess, on collaborative games, right? So let's talk about t-shirt sizing a little bit. In the early stages of a project, you said you have a product backlog. And in the product backlog, you have these requirements such as, I like a home page, I will like an about us page, I like a contact page, we will like product 1, 2, 3, and a payment gateway. And you have, let's say this is your priority also, you have prioritized them using Moscow analysis, Kano analysis, whatever, right? The team says, we're going to estimate it. We're going to estimate it. Team says, all right, the business, the product owner, business and key stakeholders plus the development team will come together and we are going to estimate this. And guys, we are going to use t-shirt sizing. And the project manager says, guys, we're going to play a collaborative game. Here you go. So he calls all these stakeholders into the room. Sheriff is there. Other stakeholder, Mona comes into the meeting. Nida comes into the meeting. Anthony comes into the meeting, and Nora comes into the meeting. So all these stakeholders, they come into the meeting. So Sheriff is the PM or the agile coach, and you have stakeholders and development team come into the meeting to estimate. Sheriff says, guys, we're going to use t-shirt sizing to create some coarse-grained estimate. These are early stages, let them be high level. We are using, I want all of us to be part of all the work that we do. This is what Sheriff says. We want to be very collaborative. And I want you to estimate, but don't worry about giving it days. Let's not worry about how many days. Let's just say all the things that we will discuss today could have extra small t-shirt size, could have small t-shirt size, large t-shirt size, oh sorry, medium t-shirt size, large t-shirt size, extra large t-shirt size, and extra large t-shirt size. That's what Sharif says. Sharif says, guys, this is how we are going to estimate work effort. So all right, so Sharif is the PM, but we'll go to, let me ask some questions here. So Anthony, in the beginning, when we were talking about estimates, I said all the estimates in the world should be based on 3 core aspects. What were those 3 core aspects? 3 core aspects of estimation were? Yeah, go ahead.
I wasn't listening.
Oh, we can't hear you. Any estimate you provide based on
effort, risk, complexity.
Very good.
Effort, complexity,
risk, and complexity. So look, so Sharif is the project manager or the agile coach or the scrum master on this project, says this to the team. Guys, how about we start estimating homepage? And Sharif says, guys, homepage is something that we have already built before. Our team knows how to do this work. The homepage, effort is low, risk is low, and complexity is low. Guys, tell us, what t-shirt size would you pick? Mona picks extra small. Says, this is not much of work. Anita picks extra small because she knows effort is low, risk is low. Anthony picks small and Nora picks extra small. The team forms the consensus and says, well, this effort is extra small. Now, Sheriff, the PM, may know that extra small means 3 days of work, but this does not get told. Team is just working together. They're learning together. Now, Sheriff says, guys, about us page, again, we have built an about us page before. We are going to reuse it. Effort is low, risk is low, complexity low. Team. So what would happen now? So Olu, what would happen now? What do you think Olu will pick up now? Are you going to pick up extra large now, Olu?
No, extra small.
So what is Olu picking up?
Excess.
Can't hear him. So let's say Pallav, what do you pick up when Sharif says low effort, low risk, low complexity? What t-shirt size would you pick up?
Extra small, probably.
Extra small or small,
yeah.
Right? So let's just say this time when Sharif presented about us requirement or user story and asked Nida, what do you say? This is effort is low, risk is low, complexity is low for about us page. And Nida picks up, let's say, Nida says, oh, well, I think this is extra large. Even after Sharif has presented a lot of information about this requirement and Nida picks up extra large, doesn't mean or doesn't warrant that the team should mock Nida here. Sharif is a great PM, is a collaborative PM and demonstrates emotional intelligence. So what does Sharif says? Sharif says, well, Nida, is there any risk that you see because of which Because sometimes you may think that the work effort is really small, and it says, you know what, we have an interface that's going somewhere else, and we pull some information from there, and we need that real-time interface. Suddenly, NIDA has unsurfaced additional components of these requirements. So these meetings, on one hand, provide you a very high-level estimate, but on the other hand, sometimes they also help you uncover risk. So don't mock your stakeholders when they say, oh, I feel, hear them well first, right? Hear them well, because perhaps they know something that you are not aware of, because they are part of the business. That's why when you start doing these estimates, on one hand, people feel that these are relative estimates. And this is just a game that we are playing in the early stages to be more collaborative. But on the other hand, stakeholders help you uncover risk sometimes in these meetings. And suddenly your idea of estimate, that your work effort that you saw was very small, suddenly becomes a medium work effort or a large work effort. That is the reason why we should engage our business stakeholders, because they have thorough knowledge of business. They understand the intricacies of business. They understand how the business and the components in business interact with each other. And hence, they help you sometimes in uncover things that you are not aware of. So suddenly we get to payments module. Sharif says, guys, we have never built payment module before. This is unknown to us. We have an expert or specialist in our team who has done this work. I've hired that person, but this is extremely high risk, extremely high work effort, and extremely high complexity. So now I think most of the stakeholders will be here. Stakeholders, and Sheriff probably knows extra large work effort is 15 days, but this is not the time when we don't talk about. We just know that it's a work effort which is extremely it's just a big work effort, right? Big chunk of work that we need to do. And this payments sometimes could take your 4 team members and 1 full iteration. So keep this in mind now, from now on, that in an iteration, sometimes you may only deliver 1 user story. But in some iterations, so Sayan, this question is for you. In some iteration, you may only deliver 1 user story, 4 people working on only 1. And in some iteration, you may end up doing 10 user stories. Product owners sometimes feel product owners or stakeholders sometimes start evaluating your productivity based on that. And Sayan, if you are the project manager on those projects, what will you tell your stakeholders when in the previous iteration you gave them 10 user story and in the next iteration you're only giving them 1 user story? What is the reason? Has the team suddenly become inefficient?
The user story is more complicated and has high
Very
risk.
good. There you go. Awesome, right? So ACP, this course, is a course, as much as you will pass the certification. It is a course also for having good interactions in agile environment with your stakeholders. And it's about coaching your stakeholders about, hey, why did we choose only 1 user story? Or why am I allowing my team to work on 1 user story? Because it's very complex. I want to give them more time. We have never done this work before, right? Does that make sense, guys? Is everyone with me?
Yes.
Yes. I have
Great.
a question.
Awesome.
Can I ask?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so all this work of sizing stories, so are we doing this in iteration planning, or when are we doing this?
So as I said, this initial estimation using collaborative game is not something that should be done during iteration planning. This should be done during iteration 0. Early stages, coarse grain estimate to provide you indication. So when you come to iteration planning, you go more detail now, because you are having conversations with stakeholders and you are changing these extra large into hours and days.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So keep this in mind, because this is important from exam standpoint. Any other question, guys, before we move forward?
Hemant, I had a question. For example, there are user stories which has certain complexity and certain points associated with it. So, for example, a team generally go by 2-week sprint. So based on the velocity and capacity, a team say can deliver 3 user stories in a 2-week sprint. But in one sprint, the product owner says that maybe we need to deliver 2 additional stories, and can at that time for that particular sprint the duration be increased from 2 weeks to 4 weeks?
Totally on the team and the product owner to sit together. And sometimes when they feel that these 2 user stories are not going to deliver any value, and they are not, so look, invest. Are they independent? Are they valuable? Are they negotiable? Are they estimatable? Are they small, and are they testable? If you're creating a work component that is not testable, or you're creating work component that in itself has no value, then sometimes it's very important to integrate 2-3 user stories together. And if the traditional way of your organization is 2-week sprint, suddenly sometimes you may say, you know what, guys, I think we need a 3-week sprint, because the work component is large, and also if we don't deliver these 3 user stories together, it will just add undue risk doing it in 2 iterations, because we won't be able to test it then. We want this to be created together. And if it takes sometimes 3 or 4 weeks, then why not, right? It's totally on the team. But usually teams in the beginning of most organizations will have, you know what, guys, only choose work for 3 weeks. We want to have our sprints to be 3 weeks. But yes, sometimes sprints do increase to 4 weeks, because we want to create chunk of work that is testable, horizontal slice of the system, and valuable to the organization.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so based on that example, so my thoughts and my understanding is the iteration time, it's a fixed time. And when it comes to a complexity user story, I thought we go with the decomposing the user story to make it easier for the next iteration. Is it correct?
So Sayan's question was a little different, Sheriff. Sayan's question was, at the beginning of an iteration
Yes.
planning, you chose 4 user stories, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And the team realized that in the beginning itself, they realized that, you know what, if we want to do 4 user stories, the work effort cannot be done in the traditional 2-week period that we usually have. So they sit with the product owner, and they may, during iteration planning, say, can we have the stand-up go into 4 weeks instead of 3 weeks, or let us put one item back into the product backlog right now. But sometimes putting the item back in the product backlog may create a work product that may not be testable. Okay. It renders this whole work effort high risk work effort, because now in the next iteration you will have to package it together. Usually we do package 2-3 iterations together, but sometimes it's meaningless, right? So during iteration planning itself, or in the previous product backlog grooming, the team says, instead of 3 iterations, product owner, I think instead of 3-week iteration, product owner, let's have a 4-week iteration, because this work effort is something that we have never done before. And also we want to deliver 3 user stories, not 2, because we need to integrate this right now to check for if we will fail. Does that make sense? It is an agreement.
So it means like iteration 1 can be 2 weeks, and when iteration 2 can be 3 weeks? Is this correct?
It could be organized as much as they want to keep it. Yeah, at the iteration planning or grooming, you may decide. I think it would be, but mostly in most organizations.
It's a different understanding, because my understanding, the iteration time frame, it's fixed for the whole entire project.
That's not true, right?
Okay.
Sometimes. So as I said, traditionally organizations set an iteration time, but there are times, once or twice on a project, when something like this will happen, the Scrum Master may tell the product owner, you know what, I think the next component is a high risk component. I will talk about a spike later on, but I have been part of projects where we have managed projects where we have increased our iteration from 3 weeks to 4 weeks, from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, because we felt that instead of packaging it in 2 iterations, it will just add undue risk. Why not? But from exam standpoint, is there a question on this? There is no question. There is no question on. Yeah. the iteration is fixed or not. But in the real world, of course, you can extend your iteration. When the team feels that it's not doable, and without these 4 user stories, there's no value. Why would you take that risk then? You can increase it, but as long as you do it in an advanced notice.
Okay, fair enough.
But iteration, but once you decide it's 2-week period or 3-week period, now if you can complete the work, you can extend it.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So,
It makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, all righty. So so that was t-shirt sizing. So something about t-shirt, that was t-shirt
I think
sizing.
what we're trying to get to.
Sorry? Anthony, we can't hear you. I think there is some problem with your mic.
I was saying something. I think what he's trying to get to, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, but what's your question?
I was trying to say that what he was trying to get. No, I think I was trying to elaborate on what he was trying to say. I think in the sprint, if you're doing an iteration, you're not going to change you're in the iteration, you're not going to change the iteration to accommodate the story. But before the iteration, in the planning, you're going to probably extend it to 2 weeks, to 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks. In the planning, you're going to do that change, but not while you're in the iteration to add the other one.
Guys,
that's what the whole thing is all about.
What Anthony is trying to say, and what I've been trying to say now, let's not confuse it. I think, Anthony, what you said is what I said. So let's say you have,
right.
Just hold on, guys. It's just because we need to move on to, this is iteration planning.
Yeah.
So let's remove this from here. Let's just, so this is you're just coming to an end. Your previous iteration, so this is iteration 6, is coming to an end right here. You are having a demo and then retro. Right here, you had a grooming meeting for the next iteration. Grooming meeting, product backlog grooming meeting for the next iteration, for the next. This is where the team indicated to the product owner that instead of this 2-week iteration, next one ideally should be 3 weeks iteration. 3-week iteration. So the team started here, iteration planning, and reminded the product iteration planning for iteration 7 now. And they said this iteration will be a 3-week iteration. And this decision either was made in the previous iteration right here or in the beginning of the iteration. Now that the decision has been made that it will be a 3-week iteration, now you cannot change it. Whatever work will happen in this iteration is what will be done. If you cannot complete something, it will be added back to the product backlog. So Sheriff, I think this is your understanding too now, right? And Anthony, I think you are also trying to convey the same thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
okay,
that's
perfect.
Yeah, that's correct. Perfect. Right.
Okay, perfect. All right. So that's great. Now let's take a look at another estimation method. So we said slide. So we said there are, in the early stages of a project, for example, iteration 0. For example, iteration 0, you can use some collaborative games. And we talked about t-shirt sizing, which is an estimation method and generates estimates that are coarse-grained or very rough. Coarse-grained also means these are rough estimates, and they should be done in the early stages. The reason is to collaborate. Now there is another estimation method. It's called planning poker. The concept, guys, is exactly the same. The concept is, again, let's go back to our slide that we created before, and let's bring our stakeholders back in the room. Where is that slide? So there are stakeholders are in the room. We have the same stakeholders, Mona, Sheriff, Anthony, and let's say Azine.
I'm still the
got
PM.
these stakeholders. Sorry?
I was joking. I was saying I'm still the PM, huh?
Yeah, you're still the PM. So,
Okay.
so Azine, we got these stakeholders. Now, this time, Sharif wants to demonstrate his different capabilities, has decided to use another technique of planning poker, right? They've been using t-shirt sizing, said, how about we use planning poker? Planning poker, what happens is Sharif has arranged a room and given set of cards to all the stakeholders. They're same cards with same numbers. Each stakeholder has been given a deck of cards. And these deck of cards, guys, are mostly based on a series called, it's not important, but Fibonacci series. What is Fibonacci series? Fibonacci series is starts with number 1, then number 2, the next number is 1 plus 2, 3, the next number is 3 plus 2, 5, the next number is add the last two numbers 8, then add the last two numbers 13, and it works exactly the so every card. So Mona has a deck of card, and one card has 1, second card has 2, 3, 5, 8, and 13. So she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. The same cards have been given to Nida, the same cards have been given to Anthony, and a similar deck of card has also been given to Azine. The concept is exactly the same. Extra small, small, medium, large, extra large, extra large. Just the game has changed. Now, same thing. Sharif says, well, the first user story, guys, homepage, we have done this before. We did it in the last project. We are using the same homepage. Effort is low, risk is low, complexity is low. Most of the people will say either 1 or 2. So they show the card 1, just like poker game. 1, 2, and suddenly someone, Azine shows extra large, just like that, just like the previous occasion. We don't laugh or mock Azine. Hey, we just say, Azine, do you see some risk that we are not able to see? Do you see some other complexity that we are not able to see? Azine speaks her mind and speaks her point in a very collaborative fashion, and the team may agree and may disagree, because what is Agile? Agile is fearless expression. Agile teams are so good because there is fearless expression, and there is this idea of allowing teams to experiment. That's why it's called Agile. Is also called empirical, right? The idea to experiment. So in the exam, if you're writing the ACP exam, the question will be, planning poker is one of the techniques that is being used by the team using deck of card. What are they doing? They're doing estimation. Sometimes the question will be, what are these estimation method based on? Are these accurate like days? Your answer will be no. Option C, relative, either to the number on the card, relative to a t-shirt size. Then they will say, when do you do this estimation? Do you do this during iteration planning? You'll say, no, I do this in the early stages. They'll say, are these estimates using these collaborative games accurate? You will say, no, these are coarse grained. Any questions around these guys? Are we good? Both techniques, very simple, right?
No.
Yeah, question? No question? Okay, yeah, so then, right here, let's go back. Then there is something called story map. So we're not going to look at story maps here and go through these details, but I will go give you my own details, which are exactly what is listed here, and I'll draw a picture in front of you. Story maps. So, you create a product backlog. And this product backlog contains user story 1, user story 2, and these are all prioritized. User story 3, user story 4, user story 5, user story 6, user story 7, user story 8, and user story 99. It has 99 user stories in it, right? You know, product owners, they own the product. And as a project manager, it is our responsibility to show the product owner how many iterations would it take to complete this. And sometimes what we do is we, in the beginning of the project, even before we start our iteration 1, even before you start your iteration 1, what you do is you create a visual, a map. And in that map, you will say iteration 1, iteration 2. You've not even started the iteration, but you created a iteration 3, iteration 4, iteration. And in iteration 1, you're saying we will develop epic 1, and epic 1 is user story 1, user story 2, user story 4, and we will also work on epic 2. Epic 2 is user story 5, 9, and 10. Then in iteration 2, you're telling the product owner, we will develop another epic, we'll complete epic 3. In epic 3, we have user story 11, 12. So user story map is a tool. It is a tool. Tool to show what? A tool that shows how the product will be delivered. How the product will be delivered. Now, the iteration 1 has not even started, but the product backlog looks at this tool and puts it on the wall and knows what's going to happen in iteration 1, 2, 3, 4, what user stories are coming out and what are being. It is more like a traceability matrix of Agile project, right? So let me write it down for you in a separate document, because there could be a couple of questions for you in real life, in interviews, and everywhere. So user story map, they provide coverage to user stories. Coverage to user stories. User story map shows visual in iterations. It shows visual in iterations of how the product will be delivered. You continue to update it throughout, because user stories can be added anytime, right? A new user stories can emerge. You update it throughout. Second, what does it help you with? On one hand, it gives you a visual of the work that is going to happen in future. Second, it also helps team avoid pitfalls, omissions, and holds. This is the reason why we create, and we create it in the beginning of the project. We have our user story map and we put it on the wall, so the team knows what is this journey that we are taking from iteration 1 to iteration 9, 10, 11. They also continue to see, it also helps them a visual of what is coming up in the next iteration, right? They set themselves and reset themselves. Also, it provides coverage to the user stories in a way that nothing gets missed. Whatever was listed in the product backlog gets translated into a user story map. Nothing has been missed. You continue to compare the product backlog with the user story map. All and everything in the product backlog should be represented here in some iteration. Now look, so iteration. So you look at this user story map, right? So iteration 4, iteration 5. So the user stories that you plotted in iteration 1 and iteration 2, if you had to answer this question in 2 or 3 words, what would you say? What kind of user stories find place in iteration 1 and iteration 2? What do you
Highest
guys
value.
think? What kind of
Highest value.
user stories?
With the highest
Sorry, I
business
can't hear
value.
you.
User
Yeah,
stories
or
with highest
user
business
stories
value.
that deliver very good maximum value. Find a spot in the earlier iteration, followed by user stories that are very complex, sometimes are pushed to other later parts so that we can analyze them properly, or user stories that have lesser in value as compared to some user stories that have more value. This is what is a user story map, right? It's a representation of user stories in various iterations. Actually, there is more detail to that, but from exam standpoint, this level of information is enough. Product roadmap. And we already talked about planning poker. We'll talk about wideband Delphi, and then we'll go on a break for an hour. We talked about. So look, guys, let me create a visual for you. Copy new slide. So we'll understand product backlog based on that. So there we go, new slide. In the exam, there is a question on product backlog. When do you create, sorry, no, product roadmap. So look, every project starts because organization has a vision. Vision is the desired future state. Sometimes vision is also called where do I want to be. Now, this vision of an organization gets translated into some sort of a product roadmap. Product roadmap contains a very high level view, a very high level view of product development. A very high level view of product development, right? A very high. Who creates it? The product owner plus key stakeholders. There is no team, guys. Sometimes the team does not exist at this time. Very important. So in the exam, there are 2 questions on this. A product roadmap. What is a product roadmap? Product roadmap is a very high level view of this product and how it will be developed. Or sometimes it's called a chronological order of product development, right? Who creates it? The product owner and some key stakeholders who could be very high ranked stakeholders. So that's product roadmap is created. After product roadmap, somewhere a product backlog, we start creating a product backlog, plus we also start putting together user story maps, and then start your iterations. Right? So look, to start the first iteration of your project, so much work has been undertaken by the organization, right? So vision leads to development of product roadmap. Product roadmap is a chronological view of how the product will be developed. It's very high level. I'm going to build one in front of you. It is developed by product owner and key stakeholders. Then the product backlogs are created along with the story maps, right? Now look, if you got this, I think there are 2 questions on the exam. One is here and the other is here. Who creates it? Who creates the product backlog or product roadmap, and what is a product roadmap? Now, in the beginning, even before this project has been initiated, product owner puts together a product roadmap. How does it look like? Look, how does it? Product roadmap. Product roadmap looks like this. Release 1, release 2, release 3 of this product. This is one product. This is one product. A mobile banking application, release 3, release 4. So product roadmap in the release 1 will say iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3. Release 2, say iteration 4, 5, 6, 7. Under the iteration, sometimes they may show what user stories are coming, or those details will come as part of your user story map. Product, very high level view of, so product roadmap shows releases. Within the releases, there are iterations, right? One release will have 4 iterations, 5 iterations, 6 iterations. So this, sometimes most organizations do not ship the product here. They're not shipping the product here. That every iteration you are giving it to the customer. Now look, I have an Apple phone. Every morning 9 a.m. as I said last week, there is a new upgrade that's coming every morning, and I want to call my clients, and my work is disrupted. So organizations do not release the product to the customer generally at the end of every iteration. They release the product to the customer at the end of a release. Within the release, there are numerous iterations, and this is what a product roadmap shows. Product roadmap, one more time, are created by the product owner, plus they're created by the product owner, and they provide a chronological view of how this product will be developed. Keep these 2 important points in mind. And product roadmaps are created before you start developing the product backlog, before the iteration 0, even before the iteration 0, right? Product roadmaps are created even before the iteration 0. Product roadmap is ready, then you have iteration 0, you put the product backlog in order, you start creating the user story map, you start putting the infrastructure in place, right? It's a view, a very high level view that is created and product owners created. So that's your product roadmap. So it's a visual description of product releases and main component that will be included in each release. It is a communication tool, right? A high level visual on what are the different release points. So keep this in mind. Iterations are not necessarily the release points. It is mostly the end of the release. Then they get packaged together and product is released. Then there is something called wideband Delphi. You know, we are in a meeting here today. If someone is quiet and not asking question, does not necessarily mean that they are not understanding. People could be, so people in a team could be introverts and extroverts, right? So if you look at the recent studies, they will say all great leaders are introverts. They hardly speak in the meeting, but they listen, and maybe they will raise a couple of points, and they're the most effective points that people will hear. So just because some people are introverts by nature does not mean that they should not be engaged or their voice should not be heard. So teams have developed various different ways of getting the viewpoints of specialists, even if they are introverts. So what do they do sometimes? Sometimes they will anonymously, so let's say Sayan, Anthony, Rupam, Azine, and Olu. I want an estimate from them. But Rupam and Olu don't speak much. They're introverts, but they're my specialists. So what do? I don't tell any of these 5 people about what I send them a user story. I say, guys, could you please provide your estimate? An anonymous questionnaire is sent to them. Rupam sends me his estimate. Azine sends the estimate. Olu sends the estimate, and Sayan sends the estimate. The method of wideband Delphi or Delphi is about engaging stakeholders, introverts or extroverts, and giving an opportunity to everyone to speak their mind by using anonymous questionnaire to get information from these stakeholders and continue to do this process till we have formed consensus. But this should be done in an anonymous fashion. So right here, White Pen Delphi or a Delphi technique is a estimation technique in which panel of submit estimates anonymously, so none of the participants know who made the certain estimate. This anonymity produces improved estimate because it eliminates bias and a bandwagon effort, right? Highest paid person's opinion and groupthink. You are able to avoid that because sometimes what happens is, say I am in the meeting and Salim is in the meeting. Let's just say Salim is my boss. I sometimes tend not to speak my view in front of my boss. But my view is equally important as Salim, but sometimes people, the highest paid person, the bandwagon effect, or the person with highest authority, they win in the meeting. To avoid those pitfalls, right? To not have those pitfalls and encourage everyone to work together, sometimes anonymous ways of working, sending out a questionnaire to all the team members and asking for their opinion. What happens is everyone speaks and we are able to be more collaborative, right? And people are able to speak freely. We are able to understand the risks better. So if from exam standpoint, the question will be, you're using a technique which is about sending anonymous questionnaire to gain estimates from the stakeholders so that you can avoid bandwagon effort, so that you can avoid the highest paid person's opinion matters effect and other such effects. What are you using? You're using Delphi technique. Anonymous ways of getting information from your stakeholders, because we must never make assumption that everyone speaks their mind or we must give voice to everyone on a project, to introverts and also here the extroverts, of course, you would hear them. So how do you do that? By encouraging these introverts specialists to speak by using some kind of techniques. One of them is White Pen Delphi, a technique for estimation using anonymous ways so that everyone gets a voice. And final concept before we go for lunch are spikes. Not important, not important. We'll also not talk about it. Spike. We already talked about it and Pallav had asked a question in the previous session. You know, sometimes when you're working, you realize that you have suddenly found a work effort. So let's look at this. So spike. So just last topic, guys. So sometimes, like say you have finished iteration 1, you have finished iteration 2, and you have finished iteration 3, and now you are just beginning your iteration 4. You're just starting your iteration 4. When you're starting your iteration 4, you look at these user story number 91 and user story number 94. This is what you got to deliver in iteration 4. The team says to the product owner, you know what? This is the work effort we have never done. Our competitors have done it, and we have heard that it took them 3 weeks, 5 weeks to finish this. Is it okay if we just stop this iteration here and we as a team break out for 7 days or 14 days to understand these requirements a little bit more? So spike is, maybe it is not called iteration 4, but it is like an iteration where the team does not focus on. So what is spike? Spike is a time duration that the team takes to understand work better sometimes because it is too complex. And this is not so spike does not lead to creating it does not lead to creating an increment of the product. It does not lead to creating an increment of the product, but it leads to better understanding required to create that increment. So that 1 week period could be called an iteration. 1 week period is about additional discovery that we need to do before we start building that using the next increment, and that's what is a spike. Spikes are used to reduce risk. Spikes are used to head off problems and resolve them as early as possible. It is a short, time-boxed effort devoted to exploring an approach, investigating an issue, and reducing project risks. Spike is not about building an increment of the project. It is not about building an increment. It is not about building an increment of your product. Spike is about giving the team additional time to explore, to discover, uncover risks or reduce risks so that we are better equipped to build the product. Sometimes you could do this as part of iteration 0. Sometimes you could do this as part in between. Iteration 4 is going to be a spike because we need this time to understand this better. We need to look at a new approach and right? So this is it for today, guys. As of now, we'll come back after lunch and look at team performance, right? We'll keep it short and sweet for team performance. This is where I thought we needed to go into details. That's why we did a lot of whiteboarding today. But if you don't have any questions, we'll go for a lunch break and we'll come back at 1:30.
Can I ask one question before we break?
Please.
Okay, so you talked about releases, release 1, 2, 3, and so on. So is it same as MVP? Can we say, or MVP comes a level above releases?
No. So what does, so Pallab, to answer that question, I will ask you a simple question. What does the release constitute? What does it contain?
Features.
No. What does release within the release? What do you have? The picture that I created.
Iterations.
Very good. That's your answer. So at the end of iteration, sometimes you create a minimal viable product. It is not a product that can be shipped to the customer, not in that state. It is a bare bone product. So what do? Sometimes you create this product at the end of iteration to give it to the stakeholders, product owners, so that they can provide feedback, see the product, feel the product, experience the product, witness the product, so that they can give you feedback. Not all iterations are shippable. So then we did iteration 1, we created a minimum viable product. Second iteration, third iteration, we packaged it, release happened now, right? So minimum viable product is at the end of some iterations where the product is not ready to be shipped. It's bare bone, it's skeleton. It is something that is there to provide feedback. It is there to see, witness, feel, and experience. And most importantly, it creates the feeling of euphoria among the team when they see something emerge in front of them, right? And the stakeholders, product owners provide feedback on that. That's what the answer is.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, any other question, guys? I'd be very happy to take questions before we go on lunch. Okay, all right. So let's go on lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. 1:35, we'll start our session. We'll start at 1:30. I'll take some questions, but really we'll start the session as 1:35 and we'll look at team performance, a very, very easy topic, whatever we can do in an hour, and then we'll take it up next week. Team performance. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in next 1 hour, we're going to look at team performance. From exam standpoint, you can expect about 19 questions on the exam from here. So to understand this lesson or this domain of Agile, it is very important to understand what does an Agile team constitute? Who are these different team members in Agile? A very important, so most of the questions, if you're writing the ACP exam, revolve around this team formation and their roles. So an Agile project would have a product owner. Agile project will have an Agile or dev team. Agile project will have a coach, sometimes called a Scrum Master, sometimes called Agile PM. Some organizations separate the role of Agile coach and a project manager. They will also have a coach, and sometimes they will also have a PM. So they separate this role of, some organizations will integrate the role of coach, and they may call them project managers too, but some organizations may separate the role. But there are three core components, or three core roles. There are three core roles on Agile project. One of them, the first one is product owner. We'll learn about this. The second is the team. Third is integrated role of Agile coach and a project manager, sometimes also called Scrum Master. Sometimes you have separated roles, but they mean the same. And then there could be some key stakeholders, very few key stakeholders that work with the product owner. They provide guidance to the product owner. They provide inputs about the requirements to the product owner. So these are the four major roles that we will talk about. So let's one more time. Agile teams have they have a product owner. There are about 5 questions out of the 19 questions here. Agile teams have the team itself. Agile team, or sometimes called the dev team. Agile teams have a PM / a Scrum Master, sometimes called Scrum Master / a coach, or whatever you want to call it. And Agile teams sometimes also have some key stakeholders, and these stakeholders work in close proximity with the product owner. So this is, Agile team. So a team constitutes a product owner, team constitutes the dev team, the Scrum team, the Agile team, and the team constitutes a coach, PM, and some key stakeholders. The goal of Agile projects is to be able to find a sustainable pace for the team. The teams must find a sustainable pace to work indefinitely. This is the key. So find sustainable pace. Team should be able to find that sustainable pace to work in an indefinite fashion. These are the kind of teams that are very successful. Or in other words, this group of, this entire group that constitutes the product owner plus the Agile team plus the PM plus the key stakeholders, this group should remain a high performing team. This group should remain a high performing team. What is a high performing team? Why does this, how do you become a high performing team? A high performing team A high-performing team is a team that is empowered, or sometimes also called autonomous. Empowered teams are those teams that are self-directing and self-organizing. Important to know. Empowered teams are those teams that are self-directing and self-organizing. What are these? So let's create another slide here. Empowered teams. They are self-directing, and they are self-organizing, which means that self-directing and self-organizing teams are those teams. They have two powerful traits. One, these teams do not need to be told what work they will do. They work very closely with the product owner. They look at the priority and select the most important work or work that will generate maximum value. So that's why. So it is not like this team does not need to be told about. They know exactly what work is important and they're able to focus on that because of the priority. That's number one. Number two, these empowered teams, you don't have to help them make decisions. They make the decision. They make all local project decisions. Number three, they provide the estimates. They provide the estimates also, right? And they help the PO. They do not do the prioritization, but they help the PO, product owner, with prioritization also. So self-empowered teams. So today, team performance. How do you get the teams to perform at the optimum pace? The first and the foremost thing, and the most important thing that we will focus on, are understanding these four roles. Teams that are high performing, they understand what their roles are. They understand them really, really well, so that when it comes to decision making, they know what is their level of delegation, what is their level of delegated authority, and at what time should they be escalating, right? So the project managers, the scrum masters, do not have to jump in every time and tell the team to resolve. Teams are able to make project related decisions among themselves. The reason they are able to do that is because most of them are specialists, plus they know about other areas too. When a project manager has acquired people who are specialists, why should a project manager be making a decision for these teams? These teams will make a decision, and most importantly, most of the project managers nowadays in the current landscape are more collaborative. They may not have knowledge about the domain. They may not know technology as well as their own, as well as the team members who are doing the work. That is why most of the decisions about the project work must be left to the team. Project managers should not encroach or intrude in decision making. They should let the team be. Only when the team fails to do so, project managers should jump in and facilitate. So our first 15-20 minutes are dedicated to understanding the roles. These four, or let's say three core roles. We will look at these three core roles. And we will take an integrated view of project manager and scrum master here there is a differentiation between project manager and Scrum Master. In the exam, there is no differentiation as such. Scrum Master, Agile Coach, and Project Manager are all integrated in one. So the first core role, guys, that in the exam, you will get 4 to 6 questions is product owner, role of a product owner. We've already discussed this before. Product owners are responsible for building the roadmap. Product owners are accountable to maintain product backlog. Product owners, it is their responsibility. So product owners, it is their responsibility to provide prioritization. They're responsible. Product owners are accountable for value delivery because they do the prioritization, and that's why value delivery takes place. Product owners are the ones who will, ones who will decide what will go what will be part of a release. Product owners can sometimes, as Anthony said in the beginning, terminate a iteration because there is no value. The work is not going to generate any value. So these are some important things, and each of them is an exam question. If you know this, you are good. So let's see what our slideshow says about product owners. So product owner, look at this. They maximize the value by prioritization. They manage the product backlog. They ensure the team understands the backlog items. They provide the clarity. They provide, so let's write down here one important thing. Product owners, they also provide definition of done. And this definition of done is what the team uses. The definition of done, team uses the definition of done to develop the acceptance and evaluation criteria. Definition of done is provided by the product owner. They are the ones at the end. They are the ones at the end who will accept the product or reject the product. They can change the product features and priorities because they're responsible for prioritization. They're the one who will provide the release date and what will go in the release. Of course, they should attend all the events, the 4 events of Agile, the 4 events in Agile. Planning, event number 1, iteration planning. Event number 2, development, or let's call it stand up. Number 3, review, demo or test, whatever you may want to call it. And number 4, retro. The 4 events or ceremonies of Agile. They're the one who must attend these meetings, right? They're the one who will manage these key stakeholder and external stakeholders' expectation. And as Anthony said at some point of time, if the value will not be delivered, they may cancel a sprint. So nothing abnormal about what we just built together, pretty much. And if you know what I just wrote down here, you are good for the exam. You are good for the exam, right? Then there are these, the next role is a role of, let's go here. Let's take a look at the PO and then, sorry. So the next role is the role of a team. So team, the primary role of the development team, folks, the primary role of this team or the development team. So again, the roles, we looked at the product owner's role. Now let's look at the agile team's role. Team, sometimes also called the dev team. What is their role? Their role primarily is to do the work. This is their role. They provide the estimation. The team will make the local project decisions. Team will do the testing of the product and support demo. They will provide the demo to the PO. Team will ensure that areas of improvements are implemented in next sprint. Improvement are implemented in next sprint or iteration. The agile teams also may help the PO do prioritization, help with prioritization. They will help with resolving issues and defects, and they will develop the acceptance and evaluation criteria based on the definition of done provided by the PO, right? These are the key things that you need to know for the exam. But here includes everyone. So agile team is the one that does the work and includes everyone that is required to build and test, right? They are the one who will test. They are the one who will build. Agile teams are formed of, so the ideal agile team, an ideal, when we hire agile team members, or an ideal agile team member is a generalizing specialist. Generalizing specialist. What does that mean? These are more like T-shaped. They are specialists of one area. I'm steering away from calling them experts. Specialists of one area, and they have understanding of other areas. They understand other areas. So these are ideal team members. It's not like jack of all trades, master in none. They understand other areas, but they specialize in one area. So when the Scrum Master, Project Manager, POs, when they're hiring their team members, they're looking for T-shaped individuals. T-shaped individuals are called generalizing specialists. Generalizing specialists. These folks are specialists of one area, steering away from calling them experts, specialists. And they understand other areas equally well, or maybe well. They understand other areas. So right here, agile team members are generalizing specialists, people who can perform multiple jobs and switch between roles, but they do specialize in one area. Agile teams also provide with updates about the project or iteration using information radiators, and these information radiators are called burn up and burn down chart. If we can't cover it today, it will be part of our agenda in the afternoon session to look at burn up and burn down chart. We'll talk about it in detail at that time, not today. I said they self-organize, and they agile teams are self-organizing or self-directing, or in other words, these are empowered teams. Empowered teams are self-directing, self-organizing. One more time, they don't need to be told what work they need to do. Neither we need to make decisions for them. They are able to make their own decisions because they are specialists of their area. Then agile teams will speak about what did they do yesterday, what are they planning to do today, and if there are any impediments they are facing, or they participate in daily stand-up meeting. Again, one more time from right here. Number one, it's repeated here. They test and revise the product increment. They are responsible for testing. They provide demonstration, as we said before. They learn from retrospective and continuously improve, and they help with release, iteration, planning, and estimation. So this is what everything we wrote here about our agile team. Our agile team, they do the work, they provide the estimate, they make local project decision, they do testing and support demo, they provide areas of improvement, they help with prioritization, they manage issues and defects, they will generate acceptance and evaluation criteria based on DoD. There it was. They also provide information radiators, which are burn up and burn down charts. We'll not discuss this today. We'll discuss in the next class. And they are also responsible for, as it was mentioned in our slideshow, stand-up meetings. They are the ones that participate in stand-up meetings. This is the role of an agile team or dev team. Then the third and the most important role, not the most important role, third and equally important role. So roles in agile, right here, you have different roles in agile project. We talked about PO in detail, number one. Number two, we talked about agile or dev team. An equally important role. If someone asked me what is the most important role, I would say PO and agile teams. They are the very important two agile projects. But equally important, not the most important, equally important role is agile coach, sometimes called Scrum Master, sometimes also called Agile Manager or Delivery Manager. Different names. Some organizations may call them Delivery Manager, and some may call them the PMs, the traditional way, right? So what are some of the roles of Agile, the Scrum Master or Agile Coach, right? This third role number 3. So role number 3. Agile Coach. Number 1, they are servant leaders. They are servant leaders. Servant leaders are those kind of managers who would shield their teams. They shield their teams from external interferences, external influences, external interferences. They remove impediments that come in the way of the team. This is their job. They facilitate when the need be. They don't make project decisions, but they facilitate when the team cannot make those decisions. They ensure that accomplishments of the team are celebrated. And they coach the team on agile principle. They should be able to coach the team on agile principle. So agile coach, servant leader, project managers, this is their job on agile projects. They make sure that the team they also ensure, apart from all the work that they do, they also ensure that the team has required resources. The team has the resources to do the work. They will facilitate. They facilitate. Their job is also to facilitate daily stand-up meetings or other meetings. Apart from that, they may also help the PO with different tasks, one of them being prioritization of work. And if you know this from the exam perspective, interview perspective, you're really, what is the role of a agile coach, agile project manager? They shield the team from external interference or influences. They remove impediments. They facilitate when required, not always. Accomplishments are celebrated. They coach the team on agile principles. So they coach the team. They coach the team on agile principles. They coach the team on agile principles. They help the PO when the need be. They act as servant leaders. The team, they ensure that the team has adequate resources to do the work, and they facilitate daily stand-up apart from doing other work that will support the development of the product. So let's take a look at what the standard has to say about the agile coach. So here you go. Servant leaders, they help the team self-organize or self-govern, or in the words, they facilitate. They serve as facilitators when the need be. They may provide, they protect the team from external influences, or in other words, they provide the stakeholders with necessary information so that the stakeholders are not going to the team and becoming becoming this disruption in development of the product. They act as a coach when the need be. They ensure the coaching happens on agile practices and they're followed. They, as I said before, they may help the product owner with prioritization and other work. They facilitate different meetings, and they may be the ones who are helping resolve the issues. Exactly. Project managers, sometimes some organizations, for example, Bank of Montreal right now, is using an approach where they have separated coach, and there is also a project manager who is coming from the business side. They are providing funding to the project. They are becoming the project's main advocate, speakers. They provide this direction to the product owner, and they ensure that big picture is maintained. But really, from journal life and exam perspective, we keep this role out, right? So 3 core roles: Scrum Master, Coach, Team Leader, sometimes Integrated Project Manager, Agile Team or Dev Team, and the Product Owner. There will be, out of the 19 questions from team performance, most of the questions are around these 3 core roles. Sometimes there is another role, which is key stakeholders. These stakeholders may provide the requirements, and they will work in close proximity with the stakeholder, with the PO, and they may also provide clarifications on the requirements or user story. Clarifications. They may provide some clarifications on the requirements or the user story. Because this is so important as part of team performance, and the team become extremely high performing only when they understand their real roles, their true roles, so that they can escalate at the right time. So this is the core and the gist of the idea of team performance. So what I'll do is I will ask you if you have any questions from this section before I touch on other sections, because this is the most important part that you need to know. Then we will take, then we can look into some other slides. We won't be finishing everything because not everything is important here. We'll touch on them next week, especially the burn up and burn down charts, which are about 2 to 4 questions on the exam. But I will ask you if you have any questions about the roles here. Are we all good? Awesome, great. So those were the 3 core roles, and said the idea of Agile is to quickly bring these 3 roles together as a cohesive whole. That is the idea. The idea is to bring them together.
There is something like
turn
team
them-
lead. Like team lead.
Sorry? Sorry, I can't get your question.
Am I to hear me? They mentioned something
Go
like
ahead,
team
Anthony.
lead. Team lead.
Yeah, so
They're
look,
mentioning
of
team
course,
lead.
but I hear you, team lead, but from exam standpoint, right? Or even real life standpoint, there are 3 core roles in an agile environment: product owner, agile coach, and agile coach PM. You could call them team leads, you could call them whatever name. Some organizations have differentiated between agile coach, scrum coach, and the PM. PM is someone who works at the same authority as a PO, and they advise, recommend different things to the and they advise, recommending, providing recommendation to the PO at different times. But from exam standpoint, we focus on 3 roles. Some organization below the Scrum Master may have a team lead too, but exam standpoint, you don't need to worry about it, and we need to focus and think from exam standpoint, right? But generally in agile environment, there could be a team lead too. There could be a team lead, but it just creates chaos, too much decision making, right? Too much delegation of authority. Okay, all right. So building a high performing team, right? What is a high performing team, and how do you build a high performing team? And this is very important, another important component. And I said to you in the beginning, when we started this section, we said high performing teams, the goal is to become a high performing team. This is the goal for all the agile team. High performing teams are empowered. Empowered teams make their own decisions. They help in prioritization, and they help with, and they do the estimation. Empowered team makes decision, and these decisions are not organizational decisions. Empowered teams do not, when we say empowered teams, they make local project decisions. Local project decisions about prioritization, about estimation, prioritization. Actually, they support the PO. They don't make these decisions, they support the PO. Product owners are ultimately responsible for the prioritization. So if you understand this idea of high performing teams, that high performing teams are empowered, and know these terms like self-directing and self-organizing, if you just keep an eye on these keywords, this slide becomes self-explanatory. Look, high-performing team, develop team ground rules and foster and processes to foster buy-in, help grow the team, and help develop interpersonal and technical skills. Use generalizing specialist. High-performing team is full of generalizing T-shaped individuals. Have them in your team. Empower the team. Empower the team and encourage. You know, there are 2 kinds of leadership. Agile team. So there are 2 kinds of leadership in the world. There are 2 kinds of leadership. One is called assigned leadership, and the other is called emergent leadership. Assigned leadership is me going to Yasin and telling Yasin, you are the PM now. Or I go to Yasin and say, Yasin, if you do really, really well in this quarter, I'm going to turn you into a PM. It's like giving a carrot to the team, and the team starts running towards the carrot. Assigned leadership, right? Assigned. In this current landscape, we don't want to be here. We want to create a team where any team member can emerge as a leader, right? We allow leadership to shift from one person to another. What does that mean? We allow leadership to shift the moments. For example, we have these team members. Our team has Sayan. Our team has Mona. Our team has Rupam. Our team has Azine. So let's say these are our team members. These are our team members. So guys, question for you. Agile teams, the team member are what shaped? I-shaped, pear-shaped, apple-shaped, whatever, what shaped?
I-shaped.
T-shaped.
T-shaped.
T-shaped. T-shaped. T-shaped individuals are also called journalizing specialists. Our teams are full of T-shaped individuals, right? So emergent leadership is, for example, Sayan is a design expert, design specialist. Mona is a prioritization specialist. Rupam is a testing specialist, and Azine is a release specialist. When there are questions about design, automatically Sayan starts taking the lead, emerges as a leader because he specializes in that. Mona, when the product owner is talking about prioritization, starts taking lead because she knows how to do prioritization. She starts taking the lead and starts facilitating session. When the testing or demo starts, Rupam suddenly emerges as a leader and starts facilitating the team and start moving them forward. And when release is about to happen, Azine starts wearing the hat of a leader. So this is the benefit of having a T-shaped individual. They can work in other different landscape and assume different roles, but they also start emerging as leaders when the ball comes in their area of expertise. They know exactly how to hit the ball for a home run, right? Instead of the project manager jumping in everywhere and making decisions for everyone. No, in Agile team, the idea is emergent leadership. Emergent leadership is when leaders are created based on their knowledge, not because a carrot is handed over to them for some performance and people run and try to grab the carrot. We must become emergent leaders. Emergent leaders are those people who, based on their knowledge, move upwards in an organization. And this kind of leadership, no one can stall the progress of these kind of individuals. Specialists move up in an organization because they are subject matter experts, right? When the ball falls in their area, they grab it and they run forward. Everyone else follows them at that time because we have a specialist. They exactly know what they need to do, right? So right here, so high performing teams are created when you have a bunch of specialists. They are empowered and encouraged, and they can emerge as leader during the course of the project. A high performing team is a high performing team mostly because we use some great tools in the current, initially when Agile projects were being executed, the teams used to be co-located. And they will all sit in a war room. This is how Agile teams used to be. They were all co-located. But in this current world, post-COVID and all that, teams cannot be co-located, put them in one because they are in different geographical location. Second, no one comes to the office. So what's happening? Now we are getting virtually co-located. So Agile flourishes when the teams are co-located, ideally physically co-located, but it can happen now. So what's happening? We have created and started using tools those tools that are helping us collaborate even in virtual environments. So encouraging co-location using collaboration tools in the current landscape. If you want to create a high-performing team, shield the team. Shield the team from external interference. Let them focus on the things that they do the best, which is the work that they do, right? And so let me give you a story here. Very interesting story. True story, interesting story. And that speaks for the next point. You know, NASA. So Russia was the first country to put someone in space. I think it was Yuri Gagarin who was put into space. But the first man, so put in space, Russia. The first country to put someone in space, send someone in space was Russia. Yuri Gagarin was, I think, the person. And the first country to put a man on moon was United States, right? All of us know that. I think it was Neil Armstrong. So just before this rocket was being launched to the moon, John F. Kennedy, then the president of the United States, paid visit. This is a true story. Paid visit to NASA Center. He started shaking hands with everyone in the NASA Center, and then he got to the janitor, the person who cleans the floors in NASA, and he said, John F. Kennedy shook hand with this janitor and said, "Oh, Mr. Janitor, what are you doing here?" And the janitor said, "Mr. President, I am here working towards putting a man on the moon." Every team member knew the vision. So teams that are high performing, they know the vision, they believe in the vision. They know the vision and they believe in the vision. That's why they are high performing. High performing does not mean like a donkey carrying 200 bricks on our back and moving up the hill and dropping the bricks, right, on top of the mountain, and with the broken foot coming back again and again, getting loaded and going up and broken and shattered. Those are not high performing team. High performing team, they have been able to understand the sustainable pace to work indefinitely. Those are high performing, and they become high performing. You know, why do I wake up in the morning? Why should Sheriff wake up in the morning? Why does Olu wake up in the morning as a team? Why does Zan wake up in the morning? Why does Nida wake up in the morning? I think we start waking up in the morning all excited if we have a vision, and if we believe in the vision, then we start working towards that goal. If you don't believe in the vision, you are tired on a Monday morning, and you are half dead by the time you get to work on a Monday morning because you don't want to do what you're doing. And then you have to buy 3 coffees to wake yourself up, right? And then the lunch break, and then you are thinking about going back home again, and at home also you're frustrated. High performing teams are those teams where the project managers do a great job of communicating the vision to the team. And I was listening to Trump's interview. I do it for fun every now and then. And Trump said, you know what? If you listen to it in the YouTube, you will see this. He uses the same philosophy that we were talking about. He said, when you continue to hammer lies to people, and you do this every day for many, many months, people start believing it, right? So if you continue to hammer these stories that are not true to people, and you continue to do this almost every day through YouTube channels and through this and through that, people start believing it. People start believing it. So similarly, the same analogy, he has used it for those things, but the same analogy, good project managers, good coaches, they continue to communicate the vision almost on a daily basis to the team. Why? So that the team starts believing in it and they start giving more than their 100%. And those are high performing team. Just like what happens in NASA, even the janitor who was cleaning the floor was not working on an intricate algorithm to put the rocket up. This working team. He also knew the idea of this project, this mission was to put the man on the moon. Every team member must understand this. Whose responsibility is it to communicate the vision? Product owner, most importantly, the agile coach or the project manager. It is their responsibility, right? Limit the team, encourage the team. Team should know. So I said, so team should measure the velocity. Velocity means rate at which we can do the work. Don't get too excited, right? And take more work than you can do. Understand the sustainable pace and accordingly provide estimate. That's what it means, just fancy term. The idea of agile is the team must understand the sustainable pace and must work with that sustainable pace for an indefinite period. Then the magic happens. And agile teams, especially this is for software, by the way, in the exam they don't test you on software. Of course, there is no question on this, because agile mindset can be applied to any industry out there. So because initially this book was written when agile was being implemented in software project, but now agile is being implemented in almost all projects, so it doesn't apply. But software teams will keep their team to fewer members, 12. Amazon, Jeff Bezos says, he said, because we have grown so big, the heart of the company should not be destroyed. The heart and the soul of the company remains in being small and nimble. People, organizations that do really, really well and stay close to people, smaller organizations, mom and pop shop, you go there and eat and you love their food. They do all the cooking on their own. They bring the food on their own. They ask you these personalized things and all that. The experience becomes very different. So nimble, because they're very close to the heart. So agile teams also, because if you keep them small, they interact better with each other. They build good relationship. They have good energy. So Jeff Bezos said, well, so because we grew so big, we are almost 1 million people. They were, I think, 675, 100,000 people at that time, but now they're close to 1 million people. Said, well, such a big company now, but we have still tried to maintain the soul or the heart of the company by staying nimble and small. How did he do that? He said, any group in Amazon, any group, if you go and ask them, what is your rule for the team size? They say two pizza rule. You ask them, what is the 2 pizza rule? Say, the moment team buys a team, you give them 2 pizzas and they feel that, oh, you know what, this was enough for us and we are full. The moment your team needs more than 2 pizzas at any point of time, it means that the team needs to be broken now. It has become too big, right? Agile uses the 2 pizza rule. Agile approaches, they borrowed it from Jeff Bezos, 2 pizza rule. And they said, anytime a team needs more than 2 pizzas, we should break that team, because we want to maintain the soul and the heart of the team. Very, very, very important, right? So keep it. So any group, organization, they maintain a large group, but they will break it into smaller teams. For example, even in Agile, there are 7 or 8 or 9 different Agile teams working towards one goal of building a product. At some point of time, we'll talk about Scrum of Scrum. We'll talk about Scrum of Scrum in our next class, and we'll talk about what is Scrum of Scrum, right? The heart and soul of the team must be maintained. Smaller team communicate a little bit better than larger team. It has been proven. It has already been proven. So that's those are building, and we said, what are some features or characteristics of a high-performing team? They're self-organizing, they're empowered, they should make the local project decision, they know the vision, so they are committed to success, right? Look, the team owns its decisions because they make the decision. Team are motivated because they are smaller, they are fearless, and they are given the liberty to experiment. So they are more motivated. they are consensus driven, and they emerge as leader when the need be. So constant constructive disagreement is good, right? Agile believes in diverge. So the term is divergence to divergence to convergence. So diverge, allow teams to diverge as long as they can converge together, they can form consensus, right? And these teams, of course, we said the idea of Agile is how do we bring these three key roles of PO, product owner, dev team, and the Agile coach along with key stakeholders, and we can make them a very collaborative team. How do we do that? You do this by forming trust. You do this by allowing teams to diverge so that they can converge, right? It is very important. Fearless teams are the best teams in the world. When the teams are fearless, they do not worry about presenting their opinion. They present it fearlessly. So what I'll do is, because we have covered most of the important things for today, but I'm going to look at a couple of other slides, but I will ask you to ask me some questions if you have some questions from what we discussed. Any questions, guys?
Hemant, can you please explain this point number 7 again? This divergence and then convergence. Sorry, I didn't get this.
So agile teams. So right here, let's put it here. So, to answer Pallav's question, let's put this together here. So when we put together a team, I will ask you a question, all of you a question. Why do we put together a team? Why do we have a team in place? So that, why do you guys think we put together a great generalizing specialist project team? Anyone can answer. Why do you think we make a team? Because we want to.
We can complete the project.
Or we want the required results. Yep. Isn't it?
Yep.
Because we want the required results. That's why we build a great team. Results come when teams are accountable. Otherwise, there are no results. When people become accountable is when results start coming. For a team to be accountable, they should be first committed. To gain people's commitment, you should eliminate any fear of conflict. And if you want to eliminate any fear of conflict, you must first form trust. This is core to leadership, actually. Any leader in the world, you know what they do? First, they make a team and they start building trust with them. Let's just say Sharif and I, let's say we are close friends. If we trust each other, we can trust each other with our life. And if I'm doing something wrong, Sharif will have no fear in telling me, hey, by the way, I don't think you're going in the right direction, right? Trust leads to no fear of conflict. There is no fear of conflict. So team also, when PMs, project managers, coaches work with the team and they create a team where there is a lot of trust, there is no fear of conflict. This fear of conflict does not exist because everyone can present their opinion. There can be divergence or disagreement, but the teams kind of like debate with each other, have a dialogue with each other, but they very quickly are able to form consensus or converge in one direction. Divergence to converge. Divergence to convergence. All great teams, they are given freedom to express themselves, present their opinions, and there are conflicts, some good conflicts that take place, but in the end, all the team tries to build consensus and come on to a place where they can move forward. fear of conflicts. Only when you eliminate fear of conflict is when commitment takes place. Commitment leads to accountability, and this is when results come. You can't just expect teams to say, well, give me results. You will have to, as a coach, do some work. And one of the most important things in this journey from trust to results with a team is you should create an environment of experimentation, environment where constructive disagreement can take place, and where there is no fear of conflict, or the teams can diverge. Diverge means go in different directions, have debate, conflict, but converge to the right place and right point so that move forward. Did that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So and any other question, guys? All right. So there are some slides here. Soft skills in the exam. There are no questions on soft skills. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, a question. I think we'll just circle back to the question or the point, why create teams? Is it fair to say we create teams to establish deep collaboration?
So why do we create a team, Salim? The primary reason why we create a team, because in the end, we want to get to the desired state, we want to get to the vision, right? That's why we create a team, right? The goal of why am I bringing 15 people? Because I want to build that product. I want to get to the desired end state, right? And of course, when I create a team, and before my team starts taking this journey of going to the desired future state, I want to make sure that they are empowered, they feel that there is trust, there is this culture where disagreement is allowed, right? So that makes sense?
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you.
So guys, next few slides, there are something that is important for us from next few slides. One of them is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, the need for emotional intelligence. We're going to leave it for our next session. Then we already talked about what servant leadership is, but we'll talk about two important things because it's just too much information today. We'll talk about two important things next week, which is burn up and burn down charts from this chapter, but those are also repeated in other places. I'll take some questions. If there are no questions, then we are going to end the session for today right here.
I have a question about something you talked about.